Hello and welcome back to day 2 of Northamptonshire versus Kent in Division 1 of the County Championship here at Wantage Road. Stream, of course, powered by Daffabet. My name is Dan Jadzovics and I'm joined by Sam Keir. Welcome back to day 2. Sam, how was your evening?
Morning, Dan. Very nice, thank you. Yeah, I treated myself to a solo curry.
Lovely.
How about you?
Not too bad. Not quite as exotic as your one, I have to say. State of play is Northamptonshire were all out yesterday for 237, having won the toss and elected to bat first. Rob Keogh making 97. Kent in reply 110 for 1. Tawanda Muyeye, the opener, 58 not out, and Daniel Bell Drummond 48 not out overnight. The 1 wicket to fall of Ben Compton to an absolute ripper from Ben Sanderson. And Kent will, well, they'll be just looking to bat some more, Sam.
Yeah, you feel that, well, it's an obvious thing to say, but Northants need to take some early wickets because they're scoring at a good rate, similar rate to Northants Kent. Difference being they're not losing wickets. A bit more cloud cover this morning, but it's still pretty high and on white clouds, so you're not sure it's going to have a huge impact on movement through the air, but we'll see. It was probably around the 50 over mark that Wes Agar started to get the ball to reverse swing, which did for Rob Keogh and much of the Northants tail. And speaking to Rob after play yesterday, he suggested that all the seamers in this Northants attack have the ability to reverse it. So need to bowl tight, tidy, and then hopefully start to get some of that movement. And of course, the spinners, Keogh and Russell, will also have a role to play.
Yeah, well, we're 19 overs away then from that magic 50 when the reverse swing really came to life for Kent. So a bit of work to get through before we get to that stage. Jack White will open the bowling from day 2 from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and Daniel Bell Drummond is on strike on 48. And that is down the ground, and Daniel Bell Drummond brings up his 50, the first ball of the day.
Glorious shot. I think Jack White exploring whether the ball would indeed swing, and on that evidence there wasn't much through the air. But a good knock from Daniel Bell Drummond, played almost a bit of a supporting role despite his seniority to Tawanda Muyeye. 2 batsmen not out past 50, which is ominous for Northants and encouraging for Kent.
Jack White back on the money, second ball of the day. And if there was, well, from a Kent's perspective, if there was a shot to start the day that you'd be thinking, well, I hope that sets the tone, then that Daniel Bell Drummond straight drive would be exactly that. Whereas from a Northamptonshire perspective, I mean, it was an effortless shot from Bell Drummond, and obviously we'll all be hoping that it isn't quite as easy and straightforward for the Kent batters as that throughout the rest of the day. As that beaten Bell Drummond off stump. I think he's just withdrawn the bat from that, hasn't he, as the ball's gone past?
Yeah, much better length from Jack White over pitching first up. Good comeback. Much cooler today.
Yeah, it's about 10 degrees less, isn't it? Straight and defended down the ground. Yeah, it was an odd day yesterday, wasn't it? It was about 30 odd degrees outside with a really stiff southwesterly breeze that kind of took the edge off it. But I think Rob Keogh mentioned, didn't he, to you when you spoke to him about it being an incredibly hot day in the field. And well, looking at the weather forecast this morning, I think it was down towards in the low 20s, I think. So he's taken quite a big drop. That's short from White, fielded by Luke Proctor. keep that down to a dot ball. I assume we'll see Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end this morning as well, Sam, do you think?
Yeah, you'd have thought so. Refreshed after a good night's sleep. Bowled beautifully yesterday, Ben Sanderson, with not much assistance. Definitely the pick of Northamptonshire's seamers.
And defended once again to finish Jack White's and Northamptonshire's first over of the day. The score 114 for 1, Drummond passing 50. For the eagle-eyed of you watching the stream, you might have noticed that the scoreboard along the bottom hasn't updated. As if I've just said it, Sam. I've just been asked to apologise and it's just been fixed. What a stitch-up.
Well, or you could say, you know, you prompted it to wake up from its slumber. Either way, we're back in action.
We're back at it. And Ben Sanderson will indeed take the second over of the day from the David Capel end. He obviously served up that absolute ripper of a ball to get past Ben Compton yesterday. Perfect, really, wasn't it? If you asked to bowl the perfect delivery, top of off stump, I think it brushed the bail, didn't it, on its way past?
Yeah, but we were saying at the time, it didn't do anything extravagant. It just sort of beat the defence of Compton. But in terms of putting it, if you were putting a little X on the pitch as to where you want to land the ball, it was bang on there, wasn't it?
It was indeed. And that is straight on off stump. Straight away, one thing we noticed yesterday was how straight the Kent bowlers were bowling. Matt Quinn in particular really targeting the stumps, and he went for, well, barely any runs, did he, through his couple of spells from the David Capel end. And it was a real conscious effort to, as I think you said a couple of times, bowl dry, wasn't it?
Yeah, and force the mistake, because you're not getting much help through the air off the pitch. So I think you've got to bring in Bold and an LBW, which they did, and the ones that then were slightly wider, they got some assistance from Northampton's batters. That's kind of been the big differences. These two, Muyeye and Drummond, haven't been tempted at all outside that off stump when the ball's on a good length. I've been really impressed with Wenda Muyeye. Exciting player, fast hands, great on the short ball.
It's tucked off his pads into the leg side. Muyeye is going to come back for a couple, so he opens his account on day 2. Sanderson going a little bit too straight on that one. We saw, well, I don't think you can describe them as particularly funky fields yesterday from Kent, but fields that complemented the straighter lines from the seamers, and Luke Proctor and Northants have adopted some of those tactics today. It almost looks like a bit of a copy and paste, doesn't it, from what we saw yesterday with Tom Taylor at a short mid-on, and that's short from Sanderson and pulled in front of square. I think that'll be another couple added to the score. So you had Tom Taylor at a short mid-on, safe save at a short mid-wicket, and that shot into the leg side from Muyeye brings up the 100 partnership between these two, and it's been a terrific partnership at that. Muyeye contributing 49, Drummond contributing 52. Really important first 30, 60 minutes for Northamptonshire, isn't it? Try and bag a handful of wickets and claw themselves back into this contest with Kent.
Yeah, you sort of think about Stuart Broad does a lot in Test cricket, where you get on a roll as a bowler and you need one of these seamers to break this partnership and then sort of just steamroll 3 or even 4 wickets in quick succession to bring the game back into grasp. Because the danger is, if you have an hour of these two batting, then the deficit is, you know, down to 60, 70 runs with still 9 wickets in hand. And Kent will then be eyeing up batting once in this game.
Yep. Left well alone, the last ball of Ben Sanderson's first over of the day. A little bit of shape, I thought, back towards Lewis McManus there, so something that I'm sure both Ben Sanderson and Jack White will be encouraged to see. But I think at the rate that they're scoring, or were scoring yesterday at 3.6, I think that deficit of, it might be a bit less than that if they were to go for an hour unscathed. Because this outfield is incredibly quick. It's on the money from Jack White, targeting those stumps of Daniel Drummond.
I think the seamers will have to be really disciplined and not go searching. Make it as hard as possible for those runs to come. I think we've seen that, given the lack of assistance, if you do overpitch or you go wide, then the ball tends to disappear.
It's 2 straight this time and tucked into the leg side by Drummond, who will come back for a couple of runs. Just to highlight the change of temperature, Daniel Drummond today is batting with a pullover on. I think he's the only one out there, isn't he, with a jumper?
It'll be interesting to see how long that lasts. It's not a cold day.
Straight again from Jack White. Field isn't quite as aggressive as what it is for Ben Sanderson at the other end. They haven't got the short mid on and the short mid wicket, but clearly the tactic is still the same. Get in contact with us during the stream, during the day's play, on Twitter at NorthamptonCCC or via email stream@nccc.co.uk. Drop us your thoughts and your questions. It's played into the offside, and I think that's just going to be a single. Yeah, get in contact with us. Thoughts, questions, comments.
Yeah, it really adds to it, doesn't it? When people from all over the country and all over the world, in fact, getting in touch. We had people yesterday from Carcassonne in southwest France, Poznan in Poland, Hemel Hempstead, all over the place.
What a hat trick of places.
Exactly. It's like a fashion house, isn't it? New York, Paris, Hemel Hempstead.
Oh, straighter from Jack White, and draws a bit of a full shot from the Kent batter for the first time this morning. Gone down to fine leg for a single. Muyeye moves to 63. Yeah, it does start to sound like a bit like a Lonely Fools and Horses episode, that though, doesn't it? New York, Paris and Hemel Hempstead.
Well, if you are watching in New York, Paris or Hemel Hempstead, then as Dan said, we would love to hear from you.
It's another one added to the score. These two running very well together, rotating the strike.
Little bit of in-swing for Jack White. Hint of it.
Yeah, there's been a touch, isn't there? The last ball of Ben Sanderson's last over that was left well alone just swung back in towards the gloves of Lewis McManus. So clearly there's a bit of excitement and a bit of movement out there for the Northampton seamers this morning. $123 for 1.
Where's the most weird and wonderful place you have followed a game of cricket closely from?
That's quite a strong question.
That could be our topic, our phone-in topic, or our email-in topic. Not necessarily where you live, but where you thought, I'm in this amazing place in the world, but I can't keep my eyes off the game. Whether it's the scorecard or the stream or on the radio. I watched the 2019 World Cup final in a sports bar in, what's it called, Torremolinos.
Oh yeah.
I was on holiday with my wife in Malaga, and I was desperately searching around for places that I thought might show cricket. think it was called McCarthy's
Oh,
Irish bar, Torremolinos.
there's always an Irish bar at a holiday resort.
So I dragged my wife there on the local rail network
Yeah.
in place for opening. The guy was like very confused. And for about 80 of the 100 overs, 101 overs, 102 overs,
Yeah.
I was the only person there. And just as word was getting around that this was turning into an absolute classic, by the end it was heaving.
Hey, but you had the respect of the owner because you were there at 9:30 in the morning, or whatever time it was.
Yeah, well, I boosted his takings from 0 to a few pints of Guinness or whatever it was.
Targeting the stumps from Ben Sanderson. It's definitely been a conscious effort this morning from Sanderson and White to really target the pads and target the stumps of these two Kent batters, bowling nice and straight.
Yeah, barring that loose delivery first up from Jack White, it's been a good start from Northampton. It's exactly what they need to do. It's good. Are you racking your brains, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, I've been fortunate in my life to have been to a few places, and I'm just trying to work out which one might be the roguest to go for. Punched off the back foot by Drummond through cover. Luke Proctor will give chase. It's not going to go. It's just going to be 2. It's well fielded by captain Luke Proctor to restrict that down to 2. Sanderson just dropping his length a touch there, and Drummond punching it through the offside. Yeah, I suspect somewhere throughout Southeast Asia would be one of the places. There weren't too many bars available to provide coverage of whatever cricket games would have been on at the time. Straight again and driven down the ground beautifully by Daniel Drummond through mid-on. That's 4 more added to the score. Drummond moves to 62, and not the way that Ben Sanderson would have wanted to have finished that over.
That's the thing about having to bowl really straight, is that if you do get your lengths just a fraction wrong, then that shot becomes not easy to play. The on drive is never easy to play, but certainly in the slot. And that's the difficult situation Northants are in, is that trying to get that balance right between bowling defensive lines, but also aware that the deficit now is, you know, only 108 runs and they need wickets. Bowlers are probably thinking, what's going on here? Just a chat between the umpires, but the bowlers are probably thinking, oh, if only we could have had a few more runs to play with here.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like umpires just having a conversation with Tom Taylor. Not quite sure what's going on there. Luke Proctor next as well. No idea what that's about.
Luke Proctor's laughing, so it can't be that serious.
No.
Yeah, well, if do get in touch with the strangest or most exotic or most mundane place you've watched or followed a game of cricket. Stream at nccc.co.uk or at NorthantsCCC on Twitter, as Dan mentioned a moment ago.
Jack White to Tawanda Muyeye. Straight again, and there's an appeal from Lewis McManus. Absolutely nothing from Jack White, and no harm done in the end. So a little bit of shape on this Kookaburra ball this morning. So Northants have got to take wickets.
So, that wasn't out, but I don't think it was the worst shout ever. I'm surprised a few more didn't go up for it. You know, in terms of just lifting the
Yeah,
the
the
atmosphere.
energy.
Yeah, I don't think it was a ridiculous shout.
Straight again to that fielder lurking at short mid-wicket. So Jack White has now got almost an identical field to what Ben Sanderson has from the David Capel end, with Emilio Gay at a short mid-on, Rob Keogh at an orthodox mid-on, and Tom Taylor at a short mid-wicket. Got Vasconcelos in at gully. It's dropped into the leg side, and that'll be a single for Tawanda Muyeye. I think one of the most mundane places to have followed a cricket game has surely got to be whatever office desk it might be, wherever you might be working at that particular time. I think I know plenty of people that would have had various live streams playing in the background, or potentially even in the foreground, whilst working from the office, or, I mean, hey, post-COVID working from home.
Dual screening.
Again, might just be one, Sam. Might just be one. Bit of bounce that time from Jack White, prompting Daniel Drummond to take his hand off the bat. I think just surprised him a little bit with the lift there from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It's certainly been the end this season that has had that little bit more bounce, hasn't it? Where we've seen the taller seamers operating from the Lynn Wilson centre end for Northampton and their respective opponents. And that's worked off the outside edge out to Safe Zabe, doing the sweeping work on the offside. So Drummond will add a single to his score and will keep the strike. He will face Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end.
Yeah, so that man catching, well, you know, straight and close on the onside. The idea is obviously that with this straight line angling in from the right armour, that they mistime it and pop it up. The only thing is, this pitch is so slow that as a batter you've got so much time to wait for the ball and play the shot, and these guys aren't express pace, that you feel like it would have to be a mistake, you know, a lapse of concentration rather than a sort of failure in technique. We've not seen anything really pop up there yet. You can see the idea. Had a tweet in from Paul Lewis, Kent supporter at home, watching the live stream and hoping Muyeye can convert this into his maiden ton. Thanks for the great commentary yesterday and today. Well, thank you very much, Paul. Great to have you along. And yeah, Muyeye has really impressed. He's not had a huge amount of the strike this morning, has he?
No, he's not. Drummond has done most of the work this morning, but I'm not convinced that'll phase Muyeye in the slightest.
Yeah, Muyeye's faced 10 balls this morning. Drummond has faced 22. Wouldn't be the morning of a championship game without an email from our friend Ray Cook. He says, hopefully we get early wickets. Our total of 237 was short by a good at least another 150. He wants a Yorker delivery every over. And he says, I think Russell did well late in the day yesterday. I agree. Bit of slow turn for the young leg spinner. Didn't necessarily look like he was going to rip through Kent, but he bowled a good line and length, and for day one doing a good role as a spinner. And again, another bowler who would just love to have a few more runs on the board in terms of being able to bowl an attacking line and length. Thanks for your company, Ray. Always appreciate it. And I know Dan is looking forward to saying hello in person during the One Day Cup.
Absolutely. Especially if the dog comes along.
Yeah, we never found out about Ray's.
I think we might have done.
Did we? I missed his email.
I think so. I might be wrong. Big appeal from Sanderson. Sam, were you giving it there, or were you giving a bit of a send-off, I think? Or
hope more than expectation. It looked a bit leg-sidey, I think.
I don't think there was much going for that one, Sam, at all. That one definitely missing Daniel Bell-Drummond's leg stump. I just saw kind of an excited Sam Keir at the corner of my eye. I didn't really know what was going on.
Well, just for the good of for the moving the game forward, I thought keep things exciting.
For the content.
Yeah, for the contest more than anything. First sign of a bit of variable bounce. That kept a little low.
Yeah, touch. Very full from Ben Sanderson, and that's punched down the ground by Daniel Bell-Drummond. I think Sanderson got a bit of a finger to it. It's just going to be 2 for the Kent batter. Yeah, it did a little bit, didn't it? I mean, we spoke yesterday about the fact that this pitch has been used a couple of times for some blast games, and obviously had 90 odd overs on it yesterday as well. So there is chance for a little bit of variable bounce. Still got that covering of live grass that you can see, like a nice tinge of green on the leg side of the wicket. Down the leg side again, and that'll be a dot ball to finish Ben Sanderson's over. 133 for 1. Kent starting very well this morning.
Yeah, 23 runs in 6 overs, and certainly no real alarm for this Kent pair.
Can you see the umpire there with a cheeky little camera?
Yes, I can. Like he's a bailiff.
Yes, precise security.
Body cam.
Exactly. But it's just something that's just trialing through. I think they're talking about DRS in county cricket, first class cricket, which could be a nice addition to the sport.
Yeah, so the idea is you can get live ball tracking. Yeah, I mean, if it works, it's great. You could have it in club cricket.
Well, everybody would need about 30 reviews each, Sam, because no one's ever out.
Yeah, there'd be a few arguments when someone is hit bang in front of middle, reviews it, comes off, and people go, "Well, thanks, mate. That's one of our reviews gone."
Hitting all 3 stumps.
I think separate to these cameras, but during the blast, the social media team here at Northamptonshire, did they put some GoPros on the umpires? We saw some great footage of, up close and personal with Justin Broad and David Willey charging in for the Steelbacks.
Yeah, that was up at the last game, wasn't it, at Grace Road against Leicestershire?
That was really good footage.
I think anything that can be done to provide more access to this sport than what's ever been given in the past, I think can only be a good thing, Sam. It's felt like quite a closed sport, hasn't it, for a long time. So to get that access is so valuable. Defended. I was only going to say that Daniel Bell-Drummond defended it into the offside. It wasn't that important, Sam.
No, I like that angle, that close-up angle, because actually you don't. When you watch cricket, even on the TV, professional cricket, you're always at a distance, And actually, that was the first time I'd seen a sort of camera angle where you got a sense of actually the speeds involved and actually how it is a game that is played at close quarters with a bowler running in and it being 22 yards between bowler and batter, and it can feel a little bit. You can kind of forget that, and in professional cricket, and so it was just great to see. Hear the footsteps charging in, the ball on the bat, and just the sense of how little time a batter has to react to someone bowling at 80 miles an hour plus.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Dot ball to finish 38th over. Kent trailing by now just 103.
And it's also a perspective that everyone who plays cricket is used to seeing in their own games, whether you're umpiring in a game or bowling or batting, but one you've never really had before in professional cricket. So it's a sort of it's a level of access you've not had before.
Yep.
Just from that camera angle.
Absolutely. Ben Sanderson to carry on from the David Capel end. I was just being a bit quiet there, Sam, because Northants have brought a helmet out onto the field. I thought we might have been seeing an early go to spin, but potentially more of a short leg coming into play. Short from Ben Sanderson and pulled into the leg side. That's going to beat safe save on the boundary. Muyeye picks up 4. That deficit now less than 100. And Muyeye has moved to 69 off 96. Nice bit of symmetry on that scorecard at the moment, isn't there?
Plays that pull shot really well, Muyeye. Picks up length so quickly. And then times the ball beautifully. Gets on top of it and out of the middle of the bat. I'm not sure the short ball in these conditions is going to bear much fruit for the bowlers.
Back onto that Ben Sanderson line and length that we've come to expect. It has prompted a change in the field, though. We have got 2 fielders out. Well, 3 fielders out on the leg side, because I suspect Jack White is in his usual territory of fine leg. We've got a fielder out just in front of square on the leg side, and fielder just behind square on the leg side as well. So maybe they're just going to tempt Muyeye with the short ball. Sanderson goes up top again.
Well, I suppose the logic is, when they'll have done their research, and when a batter likes playing a shot because he's good at it, then actually, you can sometimes make that into a weakness. It's sort of that, again, that balance between strength and weakness. So many batters who have a certain strength, also a shot they'll often get out to, so
yep.
Worth a try.
Short boundary out that way as well,
yeah.
So short again from Sanderson. Too short this time, I think, and that's going to be signalled as a no ball.
Yeah, that was very short.
Straight over Muyeye's head and signalled no ball by the umpire at square leg. So yeah, I think it's almost a test of an ego, isn't it, really? And I'm not suggesting that Tawanda Muyeye's got an ego, but it's kind of, well, we're going to bowl short to you. We know you like the shot. We got 2 fielders out there, and as I say, that one's just come in. Do you fancy trying to hit it over them?
Yeah, he's come in there because that was 2 for the over, wasn't it? So Sanderson can't bowl.
Not another one above head height, but
yeah,
obviously can bowl one into the chest. You see Alex Russell just going through a few looseners at backward point, so we might be seeing a bit of leg spin quite early on in the piece on day 2, which I think is a really exciting move by Luke Proctor. It's a little bit of shape back in to Wanda Muyeye, just off the seam. So we see Alex Russell there just going through a few looseners. Does look like he spent a bit of time talking to Chris Tremaine and Jordan Buckingham, AJ Ty, Chris Lynn, and he's come away with an Australian-style moustache, isn't
Yeah. It's a bold moustache, isn't it? Matt Quinn's got one as well.
Is he?
Yeah. Spotted that yesterday, lurking on the upper lip.
Ever thought about rocking one? I haven't quite got to that age yet that I can't grow one even if I wanted to, so...
I'll be honest, I haven't.
No?
Just don't think it would work for me.
I mean... there's only one way to find out.
I'm happy. Ignorance is bliss.
Was it Ned Flanders called it the old soup strainer? Full from Sanderson. Played down the ground, so it'll be a dot ball to finish Sanderson's 10th over. He's bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. That 1 wicket of Ben Compton. After 39 overs, Kent are 142 for 1. They trail by 95. It's the first 34 minutes done of the day. So, Sam, over to you, sir.
So, yeah, we will be seeing the first spin of the morning. Alex Russell, the young leg spinner, in just his second first-class game. Bowled a little bit yesterday. Just 2 overs at the right at the close. But he certainly didn't do anything wrong in those 2 overs. And he's got a slip, backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, man on the 45, so kind of fairly conventional in-out leg spinners field. He is bowling to Drummond. Little short, gets away with it.
Been provided overnight, Sam, with some more information about this Kookaburra test, which I can share with you throughout the morning.
Bit of slow turn, but it's a bit short and pulled away by Drummond. Yeah, just a fraction short from Russell. What would be your approach as the leg spinner here? I think you've got nothing to lose in terms of trying to bowl as attacking as you can. Toss it up.
I think so. I think use the pitch. We're led to believe that there's going to be a bit of turnout there, and that's obviously why Alex Russell has been picked. So get it up there and give it chance.
Much better length. Yeah, the man at the 45, Ben Sanderson's now been posted out on the deep square boundary. A bit more coverage for that ball that gets dragged slightly down, and Sam Whiteman on the mid-wicket boundary has gone a little bit squarer. It's tossed up. That's good from Russell.
It's not the biggest hit straight, is it, here at Wantage Road? So I think to tempt the Kent batters into that shorter boundary.
Inside edge there, which might just prompt a thought about a short leg at some point. Once Alex Russell has got into his work, you don't want to be put under the helmet straight away with a leg spinner, do you? Because there's tend to be a couple of balls that might get dragged down early on whilst the shoulder warms up and things like that.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the place I'd volunteer for, that's for sure.
Oh, and that's good from Russell. Bit of turn, pitching it on middle and leg and just turning it across the right-handed Muyeye, who gets an edge straight down into the ground, but a little bit of encouragement for Alex Russell. Not a bad start after he got going.
Yeah, it was the first time, well, sorry, the second time really that I've seen Muyeye play a shot that didn't look confident, really. There was that one pull shot that fell short of Jack White yesterday.
Mm.
And then that shot there where he's just been squared up slightly, hasn't he, by Alex Russell. He's picked up the outside edge of the bat of Muyeye.
Ben Sanderson, top of his mark, ready to begin the 5th over of his spell. Strays onto leg stump. Plenty of protection given this straight line he's aiming for. Being forced into bowling full and straight, hoping for a mistake, and at the moment neither Tawanda Muyeye or Daniel Bell Drummond have looked like making one this morning. Certainly against the seamers. Ooh, inside edge. Given the conditions, I think Sanderson's bowled really well. Really not easy, which just shows both how well Kent did to bowl Northamptonshire out for just 237. Also probably how disappointed Northamptonshire will be to have been bowled out for 237. Oh, and beats the outside edge. Genuine player miss from Daniel Bell Drummond. Lewis McManus standing up to the wicket. Doesn't take it cleanly, but there wasn't an edge. But my word, that was neither far from the outside edge or clipping off stump.
Very close, wasn't it? I hadn't noticed either Bell Drummond or Muyeye using their feet to Ben Sanderson this morning. I'm not quite sure. Not saying it's a bad move at all, but I'm not quite sure what's prompted McManus to come up to the stumps. We've seen in previous rounds, haven't we, that batters have made a conscious effort to either bat outside of their crease or to take a couple of steps down the track to negate some of that swing or seam movement. But I hadn't really noticed that this morning.
That's exactly right, and that's largely because there hasn't been any seam or swing movement, so the batters have been very confident to just sit in their crease and wait for the ball to come to them. I guess maybe with the if you overbalance trying to play through the onside, there's a chance you'll step out of your crease. But yeah, I guess it's just you've got to try different things, haven't you, and just put an extra thought into the batter's mind. Yeah,
it gives the Kent batters just someone else to look at, doesn't it? They've got the two fielders there short on the leg side. Obviously Vasconcelos is lurking in what looks like a second or third slip, so just to bring a wicket keeper up there, as you said, just gives Bell Drummond and Muyeye something else to think about this morning.
Yeah, we saw in the test match when you're playing on feather beds, you know, you need to be creative as a captain. Classic example of that in the men's test match was the umbrella field that was put in place very next ball. Ollie Robinson yorked Usman Khawaja, so it's, I guess, trying to get in the batter's head, isn't it? More that as much as the kind of fielding position itself. It's about making the batter lose concentration on what they're doing and think about what you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely right.
Tossed up and driven nicely by Muyeye.
And it does feel at this stage, with that deficit less than 100, it probably is the opportunity to do a little bit something different, isn't it? Just to give Kent something else to think about. And
150 comes up, and a little interaction there between umpire and captain Luke Proctor, which I'll describe in a moment. Off camera, umpire Graham Lloyd turned around to Luke Proctor and did the universal signal for keep the ball off the ground, because Luke Proctor had thrown it thrown it into the ground, and you know exactly why, because they want to get this ball reversing. Lots of noise from the Northamptonshire fielders, backing up their young leg spinner. But yeah, umpires they're quick on things like that, aren't they?
They certainly are.
Oh, it's an absolute beauty from Alex Russell. Fizzed through the air, and then a just enough turn away from Muyeye, and that turned a long way. Encouragement for the leg spinner.
Yeah, that was a big turn, wasn't it? Definitely going to get... Well, both of those batters are going to have had a little mental note of that delivery from Alex Russell. So that's definitely a win for the leggy.
And it is wonderful to see a young leg spinner tossing it up, getting revs on the ball. He'll take massive encouragement from that ball that turned off Muyeye's middle stump. Not that far away from his outside edge. I think this is the delivery again. If you look at Russell's wrist, you can see he puts a lot of energy onto the side spin. So it's no surprise to see him. He really gives that wrist a mighty... You can almost hear it cracking, can't you, as he releases the ball. It's fun to watch. And I think Alex Russell could be the main man for Northamptonshire today.
Yeah, something that's so difficult with leg spin, isn't it? Is to build the pressure that's going to be required in order to take those wickets. Like that ball that we saw there was a bit of a magic ball than what we've seen so far from Alex Russell during this innings. There was a misfield at cover that gave Kent a single. If Kent know that they're going to get those opportunities to keep rotating the strike round, those kind of big turning deliveries from Alex Russell don't look quite as scary as what they would do if, say, there's a couple of maidens that can get built up.
Tom Taylor with his first appearance of the morning at the David Capel end. Bowled 8 overs yesterday. Bowled fine. Tidy. Did what he needed to do, is, you know, bowl dry basically. 0 for 26 off his 8 overs. Still no sign of Luke Proctor, the man who can just add 5 miles an hour to this attack, as Muyeye punches in that familiar way through the covers and moves on to 76. It's a shot he loves to play, the back foot punch. He's got fast hands, as I mentioned earlier. Reading a bit about Tuanda Muyeye overnight, and it's got a really interesting story. I'm sure Kent viewers will be very familiar with it, but only came to the UK when he was 16, following his mum. From Zimbabwe, where she'd been a opposition political activist and had to seek asylum, having been persecuted by the Mugabe regime and its successor. And before coming over, as a 16-year-old, he sent a load of emails to public schools in the UK saying, "I'm a cricketer, any chance of a scholarship?" Looking for 2, which they'll get. Emilio Gay has to run quite a long way round from deep cover to backward point sort of area. Can't keep it to 1. And one of those recipients at Eastbourne College said, I like the fact that when he sent him his list of scores, this was, 100, 85, 0, 0, 75, 124, 0, 0, 0, and he thought, not many people include their noughts. Outside half of the bat, but nowhere in that region. And once again, Muyeye has to run round. So they looked at a bit of video footage and liked what they saw. And he, the rest is kind of history. Scored a load of runs for Eastbourne. But it was only, I think, in 2021 that he actually got indefinite leave to remain as an asylum seeker himself. So there was actually some doubt as to whether he would be able to play professionally. Just worked into the offside, and another single. Got an expensive over. It's 9 off it. Takes the total to 161 for 1.
That's a really, really, really interesting and wholesome story as well. My absolute favourite part is not necessarily highlighting the fact that he got a couple of low scores, but the fact that he included it on the CV resume type email, but then also that was then looked favourably upon because of the honesty and the transparency. And
that's a great lesson, isn't it, about...
I think it shows a lot about the character of the individual, that they're quite prepared to show that failure is possible, rather than just kind of go, well, I scored this 100 in 2013 and I scored 50 in 2007. And you kind of go, well, have you even batted since? It's like, well, yeah, that's why I averaged 6.
No, and I think as a coach, you're looking at it and thinking, well, Steve Smith fails more than he succeeds. So you can't get away from the fact that as a batter, you're going to fail, but it's how you deal with that failure, isn't it? And the fact that Muyeye was emailing saying, this is how my scores went, including the failures, in terms of a mindset, says, yeah, I'm comfortable with that, and I'm not going to let it bog me down. And the YouTube channel Cricket District did an interview with him and said, and he just, he said, just enjoy it. I don't get too hung up on it. And it's clear in the way he plays that he just enjoys playing cricket. He's certainly enjoyable to watch. So everyone's a winner. He played cricket for Zimbabwe under-16s, as well as rugby for Zimbabwe under-16s. Didn't get picked for the under-19 side, Zimbabwe under-19 side. And now, obviously, having come over here and been given indefinite leave to remain, has said himself that he's got his eyes firmly set on playing for England, which is kind of reminds a bit of the Jofra Archer story, where he didn't get picked for the West Indies under-19s, and that was kind of a catalyst to go, okay, well, I'm going to go and make it elsewhere. But yeah, a few years, I think 2026 or 7 before he would qualify for England.
Because didn't they changed all of those rules, didn't they, to accommodate Jofra into that 2019 World Cup squad? So have they changed them back again? Because that feels like quite a long time for Muyeye if it's 26, 27.
I think it's 6 years from, because obviously prior to being given indefinite leave to remain, I don't think the qualification period would have started.
Right.
But I don't know, you'd have to, it's difficult to keep up with that stuff. But yeah, I know what you're saying, is that Jofra's qualification had kind of...
it was highlighted that it was fast-tracked, wasn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah. I don't know what the latest rule is, but that's, I think what I read was 2026 or 2027.
Yeah, I mean, he's 83 off 117 balls, striking at 70, so that kind of strike rate is going to be looked quite favourably upon, isn't it? With the current coach and captain of that England team.
Well, yet to make a first-class 100, but you feel it's the kind of kind of player that when he gets one, lots might follow. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment, but Muyeye 7 runs away from a new highest first-class score. Yeah, it's amazing how few balls we've seen go through outside the off stump, haven't we? It's the tactic from both sides has been hammer away at the stumps and the pads.
Yeah, not many have been left at all. Nice wholesome moment down by the ice cream van there. Sam Whiteman's just dashed off to that young lad that's sprinting down in front of the football stand there, having signed his mini cricket bat.
Yeah, he's thrilled, isn't he?
Yeah.
He'll remember that for the rest of his life.
He'll be hoping Luke Proctor rotates the fielders round. He can get a full 11. There he is there, look. Can get a full 11 on the cricket bat by the end of the day.
I think he's a Kent supporter, isn't he? With his, is that a Kent shirt he's got on? With his dad, matching shirts.
Quite possibly off to the bookshop.
Yeah. I think cricketers realise the impact they have. Nicely played by Daniel Drummond. Just open the face and that'll run away for 4. And that's possibly why this off-stump line has not really been, or the sort of 5th stump line has not really been tried by the bowlers, is because with the ball doing so little, it is easy just to open that face and guide it down to 3rd. 150 partnership. And that deficit now just 70. And Kent looking almost entirely untroubled.
Ouch. Don't rub it. Don't rub it, Emilio. He's fielded that with his knee, I think, at short mid-wicket. Body
Yeah.
on the line. You can see the slight limp that he's got as he makes his way over to the other side of the ground. Not much protection on your knees, is there?
So 5 off Tom Taylor's previous owner. Over Alex, previous owner, like he's a car. Bit of turn again from Russell. It's a slow turn at this stage. Excellent control from the leggy. He's bowled 3.2 overs so far this morning. Only really that drag down early on that has suggested he hasn't been in total control. Daniel Drummond moves on to 77, his highest score of the championship season. A great blast, but struggled in red ball cricket until the last couple of games. Shouts of run him out, and Luke Proctor doesn't, but does take the opportunity to throw the ball hard into the into the end of the square, just to scuff that ball up a little bit more, as they hope that the ball might start reversing. I think Tom Taylor probably is one of the, well, Rob Keogh said they can all reverse it. I think Tom Taylor Just a little bit quicker than White or Sanderson. Certainly the seamers we've seen so far, probably the guy that they would be hoping might get it to start ducking in.
Maybe even the captain himself. He'll obviously be quicker than the lot, won't he, I think, out there today.
Yeah. Doesn't typically get a huge amount of swing, does he, Proctor, with that whippy action? Yeah, you never know with Yorker length. 4 singles off Alex Russell's 4th over of the morning. He has none for 20 from 6. Tom Taylor will continue. No signs yet. Still probably a little bit early to see the ball reverse swinging. But he's bigged them up, Rob Keogh, last night. They can all do it, he said. So you'd have thought at some point, and we all know that reverse swing can suddenly change a game. So that's what Northamptonshire will be hoping for. It's not really something, going back to the Dukes Kookaburra thing. In county cricket, I can't, because there are so few 90-mile-an-hour bowlers, it is not something that really gets talked about, is it? Reverse swing. So I wonder if that's something the Kookaburras, well, there's been a lot of talk about how it's meant to encourage spin bowlers, but actually that's a skill that perhaps might be developed by the use of the Kookaburra if we play it with it in dry conditions, which I know is not always going to be the case.
Certainly not at the start and the end of the summer, where the championship finds itself positioned on the calendar. But it does normally require some pretty hot and dry conditions to get that going.
Tom Taylor frustrated that Daniel Bell Drummond was able to get a single there, just releasing the pressure and rotating the strike. But you can't have fielders everywhere, and given the ease with which Kent's batters have been able to place the ball so far, got to have a bit of protection, which they currently have with Sam Whiteman out at deep backward point, currently chatting, I think, to Chris Liddle. No, not Chris Liddle. See who that is down there?
I can't. My first guess was
no, not sure. Oh, it is. The sun is behind them, which means not really getting a much light on the faces down there. Good disciplined stuff from Tom Taylor, but just highlights quite how difficult things are if you're a seam bowler.
Here's Chris Liddle, isn't it?
I'm struggling to see who else it is. So, yeah, that is Chris Liddle. So after all that, we were right to start with.
Need initials on the jumpers and jerseys.
Glorious from Tawanda Muyeye. Textbook cover drive. Taylor slightly over pitches, and Tawanda Muyeye needs no second invitation as he moves on to his equal top score in first-class cricket, 89 not out now. Not a great delivery from Taylor, just searching, maybe trying to give that ball a chance to swing, but no luck. Full and wide. Back on the money for the final ball of the delivery, 5 from it.
Yep, so 47 overs done, 176 for 1 the score, with Kent trailing by 61. Sam just said Tawanda Muyeye 89 not out, and Daniel Bell Drummond on 79. He will be on strike as Alex Russell continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Looks like we are going to have Safe Zabe donning some close fielding equipment as he makes his way off the field to no, he doesn't make his way off the field. James Sales thought he was going to get himself a bit of time on his 12th, but it looks like Safe is going to don the safety equipment and get straight in there. That's not a job that I suspect many people would be sticking their hands up for in any circumstance. But you never know. It worked for Lewis McManus yesterday off the bowling of Hamadullah Kadri. So if Alex Russell can get it right, you never know. Safe Save might be in business. He spent a lot of time under the lid yesterday, didn't he? Yesterday evening with Rob Keogh and Alex Russell bowling. But I think, Sam, and I don't know what your thoughts are, but I'm not convinced Northants have created an opportunity yet this morning.
There was that one, not an opportunity, but there was an edge, wasn't there? Or even just beating the outside edge from Russell to Muyeye, but one half-hearted LBW shout.
Shorter from Alex Russell, and that's punched into the offside by Drummond. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Swept up by Ben Sanderson on the offside boundary. So 2 more added to the score, and Drummond moves into the 80s. That run rate has crept this morning from 3.5 to 3.8 with these 2 at the crease. And that's a quick single to Luke Proctor, which brings Muyeye on strike.
They're good friends, these 2, apparently, Muyeye and Drummond. Again, in that same video, Tawanda Muyeye said that Daniel Drummond was certainly up there with his best friend in the Kent side.
It's pushed out to Ben Sanderson. It's just going to be a single. And Muyeye moves to 90. Well, I suppose they can chat, can't they, about how they were both Wisden School Cricketers of the Year. And I mean, that's a pretty exclusive club.
Yeah, in more than one way.
Attempted sweep this time, and I think that's gone up under the grill there of Daniel Drummond, so I hope he's okay. He's called for the physio, whether that's got him on the chin or in the throat, but he looks like he's in a little bit of discomfort. Looks like he's okay, but the physio is on his way out to give Daniel Drummond some running repairs, so hopefully the Kent batter is okay. Bit of turn from Alex Russell. Just taking the sweep.
The Kent physio just wearing his socks.
Quite possibly.
I know, he's got sort of those like climbing shoes almost on.
Oh. They're the ones with like the...
where the toes are all split. No,
yeah, I'm not a fan of those.
I don't think they are, but they are.
Yeah. Yeah, producer George has confirmed that they are individual toe shoes.
Well, each to their own.
I mean, that could start the world's biggest debate as to which is a more rogue choice between individual toe shoes or Crocs.
I don't mind a Croc at home. I don't go out in my Crocs.
You're a proud Croc owner.
Well, no, because
a closet Croc owner.
Yeah, they are comfortable. when you got to, you know, just take the bins out or water the garden, then they're quite good because, you know, they're.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't. Sometimes I accidentally go to the post office in them, and then I try and get home as quickly as possible.
Alex Russell to carry on then. That's straight and targeting leg stump of Beau Drummond, who defends that one into the leg side. So 48 down, 180 for one. Good news is that Daniel Beau Drummond is all okay after that attempted sweep shot from Alex Russell.
Yeah, now Tawanda Muyeye with a new highest first-class score, beating the 89 he made out. Where was it? At Canterbury against Middlesex, in at the very end of the 2021 season, his debut professional season. Run out he was for 89. That must have been pretty heartbreaking when you're within sight of your maiden first-class hundreds so early in your career. But he's done well since coming into the Kent first team this year. Had a brilliant run of form in the seconds. We mentioned it yesterday, and Matt Walker, the Kent coach, just said, well, that was the definition of knocking down the door. He's not done too badly. Certainly the last two innings, 79 at Canterbury against Surrey. And then this innings here of 91 not out now.
Yeah, as I said earlier, he's looked so impressive. Like, there has been, well, it's been a chanceless innings, really. There's only been that top edge that fell quite a long way short of Jack White down at fine leg in reality. But other than that, he's looked very comfortable at the crease here in Northampton. We'll spend a bit of time at the non-strikers end. It's very full, almost Yorker length from Tom Taylor. He's bowling with two short mid-wickets, Emilio Gay and Safe Zabe just lurking there on the leg side with Rob Keogh at an orthodox mid-on. Yeah, it must have just rattled the jaw of Daniel Beau Drummond, because I think he's still just giving the chin a bit of a rub. It's defended that time. Wonder if we will see spin from the David Capel end at all this morning, Sam. Potentially spin from both ends. Ben Sanderson, economy-wise, has been the pick of the bowlers anyway, going at just over 3, but Jack White going at over 4, Tom Taylor just over 4, Rob Keogh himself going at 4, but potentially Safe Zabe's out there with some left arm finger spin. It's outside half of the bat. Vasconcelos is going to do the chasing, standing close enough to warrant wearing a helmet in the slip cordon.
You see here again, Ricardo Vasconcelos making sure that landed in the footholds of a used pitch. Can't blame them, really. Got to do what you got to do.
I'm not saying that kind of all things should be allowed during this kind of period of county championship cricket, but I mean, it is an experimental couple of rounds. Bit of bounce that time and beats Emilio Gay on the leg side, and it would just be 1 to Daniel Beau Drummond. So whilst I appreciate there is obviously the integrity to uphold and can't be seen to be really kind of scuffing up one side more so than what would be deemed natural, but at the same time we're not in a natural couple of rounds at the county championship anyway, because we're going through this period of these Kookaburra cricket balls.
Yeah, I think you want to see reverse swing if we.
Yeah,
that's a new skill. Also, I think, you know, as long as it's not blatant throwing the ball into the ground, if you're throwing it in on the bounce, then that's all right.
Chance as a run out. Alex Russell doing the fielding there, but Beau Drummond was safely home. Muyeye picks up another single, and moves to 92, so he will be on strike. As Alex Russell passes his cap to the umpire, and Luke Proctor gets to work on the cricket ball. Not sure whether that was a Jack White loosener, whether he's going to have a go before lunch, but it's going to be Alex Russell to continue. Safe Sabin at short leg, Vasconcelos at first slip, and sweepers out on both the offside and the leg side. Muyeye on 92. I'm sure the Northants fielders just mentioned to Ander Muyeye that he's not quite got to the 100 yet. It's full from Alex Russell and defended into the offside. Jack White is indeed going through some looseners at mid-on. So I think we will see the opening bowler return. Straight again from Alex Russell and defended back down. 22 yards, safe save, moves from short leg to a silly point. Very full from Russell, and man Ben Sanderson doing the work out on the cover boundary. Do you think Jack White comes on in replace of Tom Taylor? Or do you see Jack White coming on for Alex Russell from the Lynn Wilson Centre? And personally, I'd keep the leg spinner going.
Yeah, I think he's doing a great job, Alex Russell. Hardly bowled a bad ball. Bowling to his field, giving it a chance to spin.
Shorter. Pulled out to Sam Whiteman. One more added. So he's got the protection on both boundaries, which I think is important. Gives Alex Russell the confidence and the support to really give it a good tweak as it leaves the wristie's hands. Short again, and that is up, and that is over Jack White, and that is gone all the way for 6. So Ander Muyeye moves to 99, punishes the drag down from Alex Russell. And that's gone all the way. So he moves to 99. Kent, 193 for 1.
Yeah, that was a rare bad ball so far from Russell, and Muyeye made the most of it. You can't put fielders there.
99 for Muyeye. Looking for the single, wasn't he? But that's gone straight to the Northamptonshire fielder, lurking at backward point. So after 50 overs, 193 for 1, Drummond will be on strike. I'm sure he's just giving a few calming words to his batting partner, who will be at the non-striker's end. And Jack White removes the floppy hat and the jumper, and he's going to replace Tom Taylor from the David Capel end. Obviously the end that we saw Wes Agar be so successful from yesterday for Kent, picking up 5 of the Northamptonshire wickets. 50 overs, Sam, was that time of the day that we just saw the movement come back into this Kookaburra cricket ball. So are we going to see a little bit of magic from Jack White? A touch of shape back in towards Daniel Drummond, but nothing as lavish as what we saw yesterday from Wes Agar. It's a replay of the Tawanda Muyeye 6 from the end of the last over. Pounced on the short ball from Alex Russell and duly put that one out of the ground. That fourth stump line from Jack White that we've become so accustomed to here at Wantage Road this season. Those two fielders, Safe Sabe and Muyeye, still positioned close in on the leg side.
This second wicket partnership's starting to remind me a little bit of when Joe Denley and Sean Dixon put on a huge partnership against Northampton at Beckenham 2017. I think it was, yeah, over 300. Sean Dixon ended up getting 318 in a very high-scoring draw. Kent got 701 for 7 declared in their first innings. Northampton's 568 all out. Just avoiding the follow-on. Sounds mad when you get 568 and the game petering out into a bit of a bored draw. You feel like Kent will be feeling like they've got much more of a chance of winning this one, given how successfully their bowling and now their batting has gone. Joe Denley made 182 and he was part of that second wicket partnership.
He's not quite had the success this year than what he had back in 2017, has he? Carded to come in next, so I think Northamptonshire can still take a bit of a positive in the fact that there's a lot of Kent cricketers that aren't in the form of their lives, but they do need to find a way to break this partnership to start that.
Ever the optimist, Dan.
You've got to try. You've got to try. Daniel Bell Drummond negotiates Jack White's return. It's a maiden over, the third of his work in this first innings. He's bowled 14 overs and none for 53 with those 3 maidens. So Alex Russell will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and Tawanda Muyeye, who is perched on 99, will be on strike. He does a bit of gardening as he makes his way back down to his crease. I think that's Rob Keogh just directing a bit of traffic as to where those fielders should be. Safe Sabe is back at short leg. Muyeye looks like he's going to find himself at a short cover. Still the sweepers on either side. It's defended to Muyeye. Still the encouragement coming from the Northamptonshire fielders for their young leggy, who's bowled really well this morning. And that's short, and that's pulled through the leg side, and that is 100 for Tawanda Muyeye, the first of his career. Helmet off, bat raised. He loves it. He's deserved it. That's been a chance this innings. That's been fantastic to watch, Sam.
Fabulous knock, shots all around the ground. So good against the short ball, both on spinners and the seamers. And then quick hands punching through the offside. 103 off 133 balls, 12 fours, 2 sixes, and from the man who started life in Zimbabwe, came over for a new life here in England, is making a great contribution to English cricket already, and I feel we'll be saying that plenty more in the years to come. Wonderful backstory and wonderful to watch. Like you say, a chanceless innings from Tawanda Muyeye.
Floated by Alex Russell, and the Kent pair will come back for a couple. So I've never really understood the comment of start again when you get to 100. I mean, he's faced 134 balls now, yet so many times we see in this funny game that we play and watch that that's short from Alex Russell, picked up and played through the leg side for another 4. But I say, I've never really understood the start again mindset. Not much has changed, has it really? But it does bring the 200 up for Kent. So 203 for 1. That deficit now just 34.
Alex Russell just looking a little ragged the last couple of overs. Wonder if he's getting a bit tired. It's, you know, it's not running in as a seamer, but it is pretty physically exhausting leg spin. Oh,
googly that time, I think, from Alex Russell. Gets the outside edge of Tawanda Muyeye, and the diving Vasconcelos can't pick it up. It's just evaded the man at first slip. Just got tight on him, hasn't it? The googly. It's gone away for 4. Down to fine leg. Sorry, deep third even.
Yeah, Vasconcelos inches away from getting a hand to that. Would have been a great catch.
That's what Northamptonshire need. They need a bit of magic. Leg spin at that time. Beats Muyeye. Haven't seen many googlies from Alex Russell during this spell this morning.
You picked it well, Dan. I didn't spot it, but yeah, spot on.
It's just not far away at all, was it? If he hadn't cut his fingernails this morning, it might have stuck. As it was, Muyeye picked up another 4. An expensive over for Alex Russell.
Yeah, he'll be frustrated. Those drag downs he's bowled so well, and those last couple of deliveries actually were back on the money. That's why I just wondered if he was getting a little bit fatigued. It's not like finger spin where I think you can sort of bowl all day. Very few people can do that. Yeah, 7 overs in his spell, Alex Russell.
Jack White continues from the David Capel end, targeting that off stump, and Rob Keogh getting loose. So it may well be that we have a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Leg spin for finger spin.
Has been wonderful to watch Muyeye bat, hasn't it? Crisp timing of the ball.
Width offered from Jack White, and Drummond's just cut that one into the offside. I don't know whether that one kept a touch low. No, I think you've summed it up brilliantly there. It's been a fantastic innings from Muyeye. I mean, would you say it's been the best innings that you've seen here at Wantage Road this season? James Vince's big 100 for Hampshire didn't start particularly fluently, did it? So I think we could possibly write that one out.
The conditions have been favourable. Very difficult to compare this to when the ball was zipping around.
Nick Gubbins offered a chanceless 100, didn't he, for Hampshire in that same game?
That was the one I was going to maybe consider. We've yet to see a Northamptonshire 100 here, have we, at Wantage Road this season in the Championship?
I don't think you've seen one in any format, have you? Because you weren't here for Chris
Lynn's 100, yeah, so I think yeah, Rob Keogh's 97 is top of the charts for me personally, and top of the charts here at home for Northants this season.
Straighter from Jack White onto the pads of Tawanda Muyeye, but sliding down and missing leg stump.
The Northants top order will be out there now, I think, reflecting on how things went yesterday and thinking we really missed out on an opportunity to go big.
Yeah, Sam Whiteman to get out on the stroke of lunch. I mean, he looked as in as anybody that we've seen so far in this game. as you say, I think there could be a few disappointed cricketers that may feel that they've missed out on a couple of opportunities.
Yeah, and you would say that Agar and Singh in particular, just they offered fewer loose deliveries than Northants have, as you would expect from two international cricketers, and that forced mistakes.
Yeah, single off the last then. 53 overs gone. Deficit now just 28.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with us here on the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream powered by Daffabet on Twitter at NorthantsCCC, or on email stream@nccc.co.uk. We've not had a huge amount of people get in touch about the strange places they followed a cricket match. I was hoping that would be a rich seam of conversation as Kent piled on the runs, but yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, is anywhere of note that you've had to desperately try and find a way to keep an eye on a game of cricket, either on a live scorecard or radio or on a stream, and get in touch with us via Twitter or email. Got away with that one, Alex Russell. It was full toss, which Muyeye just hit straight to cover.
I think it's good that he's carried on, though. I think there could have been a conversation to pull him out of the attack after that last over.
It's driven firmly, and they will come back for 2.
But it'd be encouraging, I think, for Alex Russell after those couple of drag downs in that last over to have been given the faith from Luke Proctor to carry on.
Well, he brought it back well, didn't he? And he got the edge. So just saying to his captain, stick with me. Could still make something happen here. Short, but hit straight to Jack White at mid-on. Quick single. Luke Proctor has a shy at the keeper's end, but Daniel Drummond was well home. Another over ticks by, 212 for 1 in their first innings. Kent trailing by just 25 now, with almost all first innings wickets in hand. 9 wickets remaining. Jack White will continue at the David Capel end, as Wantage Road is bathed once again in sunshine. High white clouds, nothing that you would say make it a seamer's day. Luke Proctor, Northants captain, persisting with those 2 men short in at mid-wicket, but they've not had a sniff of a chance so far. Difficult really to see where the wicket will come from for Northants at the moment. They've not done too much wrong with the ball. Few loose deliveries here and there, but largely just plugging away, but really is a belter of a batting wicket. Very little to cause too much anxiety for the batters. when Twanda Muyeye went to his maiden first-class century, you could see how, that's a cliche, how much it meant to him, but he was utterly overcome with joy at that moment, as you'd well expect. And you think back through his backstory and the journey he's been on to become a professional cricketer, to now tick that off as a career milestone. No wonder that it meant a huge amount to the man who started life in Harare and, as I mentioned earlier, followed his mother to the UK after she was forced to seek asylum as an opposition activist in Zimbabwe. And I'm sure Muyeye's family will have been at the forefront of his mind when he reached that first-class 100, and you'd imagine the first of many. As Dan said, he'll be wanting to go big, not just stop at 100. What a pitch to be given the chance to do it on, as he whips over mid-on for 6. He brought up his 50 with a 6, and this time he has gone down the ground. That just shows the authority with which Muyeye is playing now. And just as he brought up his 50 with a 6, he's brought up his team's, or his 200 partnership with Daniel Drummond with a 6. So ticking off some milestones with some maximums.
It's like being back in the blast, isn't it, watching this at the moment?
Yeah, well, there was a moment Jack White strayed onto leg stump fullish. That was always going to be on the cards because there's a big gap over those two men close in on the onside. So it was a pretty risk-free shot as it was. He went all the way anyway. Jack White disconsolately trudges. Well, he's just thrown his cap down onto the turf. He's furious. Utter frustration. Not so much really the way he's bowled, although he'd probably be disappointed that he gave Muyeye the chance to play that shot. But frustration at the pitch, at the fact that he was bowling on day one, having his side having won the toss and elected to bat. And that is the end of a long spell for Alex Russell. 8 overs, no maidens, none for 42, but it will be spin still from the Lynn Wilson centre end, this time Rob Keogh. And Dan, I think you've got an update from the test match at Trent Bridge, is that right?
I do. And it's bad news unless you're Australian. And, well, unfortunately we're working for one, but Australia have won the test match. They've won by 89 runs. England all out for 178. Who took the wickets? Oh my word. Ash Gardner, 20 overs, 1 maiden, 8 for 66.
My word.
Which goes quite nicely with her 4 for 99 in the first innings.
12 for.
Yeah, well, the spinners were going to have a role to play, weren't they? Play a role they have. Sophie Eccleston took 10 for in the match.
She did indeed. And Ben Gardner, who works for Wisden, has said before this game neither a double centurion nor a bowler taking a 10 for had finished on the losing side in a women's test match. What a fantastic game of cricket over at Trent Bridge. I think that puts Australia 4-0 up, doesn't it, in the
point system, yeah.
In the point system.
Yeah, tough to come back from that. Whichever side won that test match. Drummond looks to sweep a leg side delivery from Rob Keogh, but doesn't get anything on it. Rob Keogh with 5 men on the onside. His off spin turning obviously towards the onside, although not a huge amount of turn so far. And the wind that was helping the spinners get a bit of drift. This time, Drummond does make contact with the sweep and comes back for 2. Yeah, the wind that was getting the off spinners a bit of drift away from the right-hander, and then the ball turning in is not quite as strong today, and so we're not seeing the ball move through the air quite like it did for the spinners yesterday. In fact, that's about the only movement through the air we've seen other than Wes Agar's reverse swing all match.
I think the breeze might have played a part in that movement as well, Sam. It would have been going that way, wouldn't it? And I'm not saying that it wasn't exclusively the breeze across the ground, but I think it would have
helped.
It would have certainly added to it, that's for sure.
There's a shot of the flag. Still a stiff breeze, but yesterday was something else. It was, well, the parasols in front of the electric scoreboard, well, one met an untimely end, and the others were quickly removed to avoid them following a similar fate. So no shade on the picnic benches today, but less of a danger of being speared by a flying parasol.
There was howling, wasn't it? There was points where our commentary box was having a little bit of a wobble. I thought we might have been taking off and landing somewhere in Abington Park.
Yeah.
I mean, there was live music on there yesterday, so it wouldn't have been a complete loss, but
no brass band giving us a musical accompaniment today. That was very nice, actually, wasn't it, yesterday afternoon?
Just subtly through the effects mic.
Someone had landed on Earth. Lovely shot from Daniel Bell Drummond, straight down the ground, over-pitched by Jack White, which he's done on 1 or 2 occasions today. And Daniel Bell Drummond, the latest of this Kent pair to take advantage, has played that shot very nicely.
Seen a few of those from Daniel Bell Drummond, haven't we? And I was going to ask you after the first on drive that we saw today, but I'll ask you now as Daniel Bell Drummond has just prompted this question. But is that, for you, is that the most aesthetically pleasing shot in the book, the on drive? Or are you thinking somewhere else? I know there's a few to choose from, a Ricky Ponting pull shot, an Ian Bell cover drive, but I know an on drive for me is right up there.
Yeah, I think I put up the sort of classical unfurled cover drive. Yeah, Ian Bell being the prime example, probably my favourite. But yeah, there's something quite nice about this sort of symmetry of the ball coming down from the bowler's arm and then heading straight back the way it came, all the way along the ground. Up in the air, but over the top, and Muyeye picks up another boundary. He moves to 127, and the run's just coming a little easier. Well, even easier for Kent. They've been coming pretty easy all morning. And the partnership now worth a mammoth 215. And Jack White looking a little short of ideas at the moment. Not much going for him in terms of the conditions. 2 very well set batters. Ooh, and that was a little attempt at something different. And Lewis McManus very politely asked the question as if to say, well, did Muyeye get something on that? And the answer from Rob Bailey was a firm no. Yeah, more innovation from Muyeye. We're seeing that creep in more and more, aren't we?
Yeah, since he's passed the 100, I think it's really highlighted just how good of a batting pitch this is with some of the shots that Muyeye has played. I mean, Kent have added 122 this morning, still with 17 minutes left in this morning session before lunch is taken. That run rate, I nearly said required run rate then, but that run rate is 4.1. Muyeye striking at 81. And Drummond 3 away from his own 100.
Yeah, but what you would say is they've earned the right to now be scoring at these rates. You know, they've just waited for the bad ball, and otherwise they've been happy just to pick the gaps and not trying to force things until they were really well set.
Yeah, I did just see Safe Zabe having a twirl at the David Capel end, so I wonder whether we might see some left arm finger spin before too long. Potentially drive that into the surface and see if there's a bit of life in there for the left armour.
It's interesting that we haven't seen Luke Proctor at all. Would suggest that, oh, actually he's doing some warming up and down in front of us, but yeah, Luke Proctor I think has been slightly reluctant to bowl himself. He's getting to the stage now where I think he feels that he may have to, and he is doing some stretches.
He's got a knack, hasn't he, of breaking partnerships. So it'll be a good time to break one. James Sales was the other guy that's done a real handy job of just breaking settled partnerships, hasn't he, so far this season. He's not selected in this fixture.
Drummond moves on to 98 and likely to be on strike next over with 1 ball remaining of this Rob Keogh over. Having said that, single off the last ball, 2 from the over, and my maths is terrible. That is not the last ball of the over. That is 5. There are, this isn't the 100.
No.
There are 6 balls in an over, Sam. That is the end of the over. 2 from it. 234 for 1. Kent trail by just 3 now. And we are going to see Luke Proctor in the 59th over of the innings have his first bowl. Missed the previous 2 championship games. Did bowl in the 2s in a red ball game during the blast.
Was it 9 overs, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that's what you said.
I think it was wicketless, but it was 9 overs against Yorkshire in that same game where he scored 141.
George, the director, producer, has just sent a message saying, here we go, he thinks this is the moment. It's been a long time coming, George. Let's hope from a Northamptonshire point of view you're right. It's been plain sailing for Kent. Proctor has 1 slip, cover on the point boundary. Extra cover mid-off, Jack White, who's just done the fielding there. Deep-ish mid-on, sort of floating, as if to say to Muyeye, see if you can repeat that glorious shot he played slightly earlier on. Mid-wicket and a fine leg. Single out to Whiteman on that cover point boundary. Brings Daniel Drummond onto strike, requiring 2 for his 100.
4 wickets for Luke Proctor this campaign. Best of 2 for 19 and an average of 33 and a quarter.
How many overs has he bowled?
Oh, I can find out for you, sir. One moment.
Oh, an edge through the slips, but that will bring the 100 for Daniel Drummond. Probably the only full shot he's played, but he won't mind. A 16th first-class 100 for Daniel Drummond to go with the 100 for his partner, Tawanda Muyeye, at the other end. And this partnership of 222 has been sensational from Tawanda Muyeye and now Daniel Drummond, Centurions both. And polite applause from the Northamptonshire fielders. And, well, I think that's the only full shot he's played, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's played second fiddle, hasn't he, to Muyeye this morning. Strike rate's dropped from, I think it was about 65, wasn't it, down to 55. It's gone back up to 57, but similar to what we spoke about Muyeye, it's been a chanceless 100 and very well deserved.
Yeah, well, having had a pretty disappointing championship campaign ahead of the Vitality Blast, we were talking yesterday, Dan, about how difficult it is for players to switch formats, but actually the Blast has totally revolutionised Daniel Bell-Drummond's season. Could barely score a run. In fact, he was dropped in the championship for Kent. He's gone on and been the top run scorer for Kent in that competition, and indeed in the competition as a whole. Got 100 in his most recent game. And in his 3 innings since the Blast started in the championship, if you see what I mean, against Surrey in their last game, he got a 0, but then a 59, I think. And now here at Wantage Road, an excellent 103. Make that 107 as he punches down the ground just as quickly as the ball came to him. It disappeared back past Luke Proctor. Goes for 11 off his opening over.
Ominous signs for Northamptonshire. Both of these batters worked incredibly hard to bring up their respective hundreds. Both of these batters have had success in the T20 Blast. We've seen Muyeye go up the gears, passing that 100, and I mean, Bell-Drummond will be in no better form than to do exactly the same and really turn the screw on this Northamptonshire bowling attack.
Yeah, well, certainly these two will be filling in their feedback form, saying, yeah, we think the Kookaburra trial went really well. I think worth persisting with, ECB.
Yeah, we'll talk after lunch, Sam, about how the ECB will measure the success or the information that's obviously going to get gathered across these couple of rounds. It's going to be split into 4, well, pillars, they describe them. As I say, information, ball behaviour, performance, and qualitative. But we'll save that for after lunch. I'll leave you that for a little bit of a teaser and make you come back after lunch.
Yeah, 10 minutes until the lunch break. Kent now in the lead. 245 for 1 gives them an 8-run lead with 9 first innings wickets in hand. Tossed up by Rob Keogh, who raises his arm, desperate for that ball to beat the bat, Daniel Bell-Drummond, but hasn't happened much. Five men out on 5 men fielding on the onside. Mid-on, mid-wicket, man on the 45, and then 2 men posted deep, backward square and cow corner, I guess you'd call it, or deep mid-wicket. 3 from the over. Nothing looking like threatening this partnership. Luke Proctor is someone who bowls a full length, and that has been what well, in recent overs, what Muyeye and Drummond have really feasted on. He's a touch quicker than the rest of the Northampton seamers, so hoping that he can hurry one of these two, maybe a surprise bouncer at some point. This one's full again, but Jack White is able to cut off Muyeye's drive. That's just one run.
You have to say, Sam, this morning session by Kent is the exact thing that you expected to see when we were told that we were going to be using the Kookaburra cricket ball in the middle of summer in the county championship. Not much movement, not a great deal of bounce. And English seamers struggling to take wickets with it. That's kind of what I think everybody thought was going to happen when given the opportunity with this Kookaburra ball.
Yeah, we certainly haven't seen it, the reverse swing either yet that Agar got. There's that short ball with two men posted out on the onside boundary square of the wicket and behind square. I wonder if Luke Proctor had almost been saving himself for this point where his extra pace, he thought he might get it to do a bit of reverse, but no sign of it yet. Just jumps a little bit at Daniel Drummond, but they're able to scuttle through for another single, and that brings up the 250 at a decent rate. Shouts of two from Daniel Drummond, and two it is. Yeah, current run rate 4.12. The last 5 overs have gone at 5.8 runs per over. A lovely tweet from Jeffrey Code, who says, "Can't say I've been anywhere strange to watch cricket, as this is my first time watching first-class cricket in person." So he's here today.
Fantastic.
Only recently became interested, and this is living this as my first live experience, with you in my ear explaining what I'm watching. Oh, what an honour, Dan, to be hopefully trying to add some value to Jeffrey's day here at Wantage Road.
It's ramped the pressure up a touch, hasn't it?
That's great though, when you sort of think how many years and different matches we've watched, that joy of discovering it for the first time. I'd love to know how you first became interested, Jeffrey. So do let us know. Good, strong cricketing name, Jeffrey, as well.
It's got a bit of a reputation, hasn't it? And obviously where you're situated around the ground at the moment. I mean, what I would say is experience it from all angles.
Yeah, it's the beauty of a county game, as that is cut out into largely vacant offside.
But it is when he goes back home, isn't it? And goes to the pub and goes, "Oh, well, Sam and Dan, they said this about cricket," and all of his mates turn around and go, "Well, that is utter twaddle."
Well, you'll soon learn, Jeffrey, that there's no shortage of opinions and differing opinions in cricket. The one thing that hopefully unites us all, is a love for the game, even if we do disagree on certain aspects of it, but that is the beauty of it. But a very warm welcome to you, Jeffrey. Be also interested to know what made you choose Wantage Road. Are you local for your first live cricket viewing experience? And yeah, like I say, how you first, what made you become interested at this stage in your life, whatever stage that is? It's Muyeye and Drummond just milk Rob Keogh. No trouble at all in picking up 7 from the over through 1s and 2s. And that just lifts the run rate over the past 5 overs up to 6. The reason Jeffrey started his tweet with "can't say I've been anywhere strange to watch cricket" is because that was the question we were asking earlier on, is where are the odd places you followed a game of cricket from? You can let us know on Twitter at NorthamptonCCC. That's how Jeffrey got in touch, or via email stream@nccc.co.uk. Got an email from Chris as Luke Proctor starts his 3rd over. He's gone for a few runs in his 2 overs to date. Chris says he's a native of Margate, living in Dorset, and he watched Kent at the St Lawrence Canterbury in the 60s. He likes the live stream, but shame the info bar is out of focus. Well, report that back.
I think that might be more the quality of the image that YouTube are providing you rather than
here we go. This is Dan's favourite thing.
Well, we've only got a minute till lunch, so...
No ball, which buys you a bit of time, Dan.
Yeah, well, I'll bring it back up after lunch because I appreciate I haven't done it over the course of this game so far, or even during the blast because you haven't had time. But on YouTube, there is a gear cog icon or a settings tab. You want to click on there and then go image or picture quality and just put it to the 1080p version, the one at the top of the list, and you'll then get the full experience that we're getting here on the TV in front of us, and obviously what you and I are looking at out the window as well. So I think the score bar or scoreboard, whatever you want to call it, is okay. I think it's probably YouTube just giving you a bit of a duff version of it.
Just make sure you've got the right glasses on as well, Chris. All bases covered. But no, great to hear from you, Chris, in Margate. Oh no, Chris from Margate, living in Dorset, but following his Kent side. I imagine he, like all our other Kent viewers, pretty happy with how the morning has gone. So we are into the last 3 balls of the morning session. Slower ball from Luke Proctor, which I think Daniel Drummond didn't have too much trouble picking out of the hand. Sort of back of the hand slowy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's T20 skills.
Got to try things at this stage.
Might be what's needed just to generate that bit of misjudgment from one of these two who have batted so brilliantly this morning.
We approach the final ball of the morning session. Slightly better over from Luke Proctor. Managed to stem the flow of runs which were coming when he was, well, you can understand what he was trying to do in those first 2 overs, which was pitch it up and see if he could get that ball reversing or just beat one of these two for pace. He's realised, I think, that they're so well in that he needs to bring his length back. And that concludes the morning session, which has belonged entirely to Kent, and in particular Tawanda Muyeye and Daniel Drummond, both making hundreds, and Tawanda Muyeye making a maiden first-class 100, and in some style. So in the 32 overs we have had in the morning session, which you don't hear very often, 32 overs in a session, Kent have added 154 without losing a wicket, and this partnership now stands at 247. So with Kent 264 for 1 at lunch, they lead by 27 runs. And play will resume at 1:42 p.m.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the lunch break. Kent will resume on 264 for 1 here at Wantage Road, day 2 of this county championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Kent. Tom Taylor will start the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end for the afternoon session. And he starts with a short and wide one, which Daniel Drummond leaves well alone. Stream here at Northamptonshire, powered by Alphabet. Sam Keir, you've been to the shop and back and you've brought some Haribos with you.
I thought keep energy levels up this afternoon. And I know after yesterday's chat, I hadn't forgotten that you'd established the Super Mix as your favourite.
Short again from Taylor and left alone from Drummond. No, they're a strong choice. They're a strong choice. And I don't know about you, but I kind of feel like at the point that confectionery makes its way into a county championship commentary box, it kind of feels like you've gone up a level, doesn't it? It feels like we were almost kind of like base level 0, and we've just gone up one. We're becoming a bit more established in the county championship. Short and pulled out to safe save. So Daniel Drummond will add 1 to his score of 115 over lunch. He moves to 116, and it brings who has been the brilliant Tawanda Muyeye on strike. He's 139 not out, his maiden first-class 100 that you were obviously treated to watch this morning, and Sam and I had the pleasure of calling as well. And short again from Taylor.
At an opportune moment, Dan, if you'd like some scores from elsewhere now the lunch break is over, I'll get on that.
Whenever works for you, Sam.
Already had news of England's defeat in the Test match. 8 wickets for Ashley Gardner.
Short and cut away by Muyeye for a single. I wonder who we'll see from the David Capel end after lunch, and I wonder whether they will employ this short ball tactic that Tom Taylor has instigated this afternoon. We've got, sorry Sam, we've got fielders at fine leg, deep backward square, and a deep mid wicket with a fielder at fine leg as well. So it clearly is a tactic for Taylor this afternoon.
Yeah, I guess the one thing about short ball is unless you get pulled out of the ground, you can sort of set a field. Sounds ridiculous, but to keep it to somewhere between 4 and 6 and over. I think that is the kind of stage we're at now, where it's damage limitation really for Northamptonshire to make the runs harder to come by. Not hard to come by, but just not been any sign or any kind of indication that a particular bowler is going to open up an end, is there?
No, there was that half appeal, wasn't there, from Ben Sanderson with that LBW appeal in the morning session, but I don't really think there was anything going for that whatsoever. Alex Russell, the leggy, will bowl the first over of the afternoon from the David Capel end then. So far in this game, he has bowled, what has he bowled so far this game? 10 overs, none for 49. That one googly bringing the edge of Tawanda Muyeye into play, which went just past Ricardo Vasconcelos at slip. He'll have the shorter boundary to the leg side, which may tempt these Kent batters into using it. That's short and pulled by Drummond for a couple.
Can I just give props to Daniel Drummond for batting all day so far in a sweater? It's not cold out there, is it?
Not at all.
And you scored 119 off 199. 250 partnership just came up? Or did we have that before lunch, did we? Can't remember.
Pass. I would need to.
I think it came up just before lunch.
Yeah, into the offside this time, and that'll be another couple added to the score. Beats the dive of Safe Sabe, and Luke Proctor does the tidying up.
And what do you think about how Kent go about things now? Do you just keep playing the way you're playing, or do you start, when do you start to think, okay, well, let's be more outwardly aggressive, or is it just the runs have been coming so easily without having to really sort of force it that you just keep doing that? Still loads of time in the game.
Yeah, I think it's exactly right, Sam. There's so much time left in the game. It's cut away, and I think they'll be looking for another couple of runs for Daniel Bell Drummond. Yeah, there's so much time left in the game. They bowled Northamptonshire out inside 2 sessions, didn't they? Left themselves 3 days and a session to go, and I mean there's still 2 days and 2 sessions to go through. The weather forecast has changed as well, so there's no rain on the radar about on Wednesday, which there was yesterday when we were on commentary. So still 8 sessions of fair weather and cricket left to play, and as you said, they're going at 4.2 runs and over anyway. They don't really need to do anything more than what they're doing at the moment.
So 62 overs remaining today. Let's say they go at 4.5 and over for those, or even let's be conservative and say they go at 4 and over.
Yeah,
would be another 248 runs, would take them to, quick maths, 521, which would be a lead of
shy of 300, isn't it? Short again from Taylor.
Yeah, 284 run lead by the end of day 2. And then back tomorrow morning, or even halfway through the afternoon session.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of cricket. I think, you know, let's not totally dismiss the idea that Northamptonshire start to take a few wickets, but if Kent were choosing when to pull out at 4 and over, then you'd think at some point tomorrow afternoon, if not, depending on how quickly they score a little earlier. That still gives them 5 sessions, at least 5 sessions to take 10 wickets. I guess they'll be worried, even though Northants batting has been you know, shaky this season, and in the first innings they will be having batters aware of how flat this pitch is, so they'll be a little nervous that they give themselves enough time to.
Yeah, well, they've created that opportunity, haven't they, having bowled Northamptonshire out in 2 sessions yesterday. That's a powerful pull shot. It's just going to be one out to the fielder on the leg side. That they've created that opportunity that if they do continue to bat in this manner and Northamptonshire continue to be unsuccessful with their ability to take wickets here in Kent's first innings, that they can almost declare when they want to. And they will be able to declare in a position which will give them plenty of time to be able to pick up those 10 Northamptonshire wickets, whether that's they elect 4.5 sessions or 5 sessions or 5.5 sessions, whatever that might be. They are in very much the box seat and can dictate the pace of play from here. That's pulled in front of square, and I think that is going to be pulled back by Safe Sabe eventually. Long chase for the fielder on the boundary that side. It's going to be 3 more added to the score as Bell Drummond pulls that one in front of square. I think that's the, as you said, you can set a field for the short ball, but because this pitch is so friendly pace that you can almost play that short ball where you want to. go again, and that goes over the head of Muyeye that time. I think it's difficult, Sam, having watched this morning session earlier today, to see exactly where Northamptonshire do pick that wicket up from, unless it is a complete lapse in concentration from one of these two. And that's a top edge. And it's gone past McManus and beats the fielder at fine leg. That's going to be 4 runs to end the Tom Taylor over. He's gone for 63 now in the 14 and 283 for 1 the score.
I suppose the most positive way of looking at it for Northamptonshire is that if you do break this partnership and then suddenly the ball starts reversing, if you can nip out, let's not forget the middle order, Kent middle order have been sat up there for a long time. Denley's not been in any great form at all in Championship cricket. Cox scored 100 against Surrey, so he's in some sort of form. Jack Leaning had a couple of innings, but you know, they've not been tearing it up, so I think a lot does rely on if they can get that ball reversing, and actually it's only now.
An appeal for LBW, which McManus started and Alex Russell joined in slightly later. Oh, I don't think there was a great deal going for this one. It's gone straight on, hasn't it, when it's pitched. Bit of drift.
It's only 14 overs to the new ball, so you talk about reverse swing, you're kind of running out of time, and there's been no sign of it so far. As I keep saying, Rob Keogh did suggest that all the seamers he thinks can reverse it.
Yeah, all shorter from Russell that time, and kept a little bit low, hasn't it? Well, Drummond's done well to get bat on that and turn it around the corner to pick up a couple more runs to add to his tally for the innings. No, you are right, and that new ball, I mean, that could hold the key, couldn't it, to pick up a few of these Kent wickets. Short again from Russell and pulled out to the fielder on the leg side boundary. Ben Sanderson out there doing the work in front of the shut up beer tent. And it's going to be back to Sanderson again for another one.
If you're a leg spinner, I suppose you would rather be dragging down than over pitching, right?
In theory,
As
I
in
would suggest
full
yes,
tosses, yeah.
but such a short boundary out that side, it's not going to be a big hit to potentially clear or beat the lone Ben Sanderson out on the boundary. But it's not a bad over. 5 runs off it for Alex Russell, 288 for 1.
You've another happy customer, Dan.
Oh yeah.
Chris, who emailed us earlier saying that bits were fuzzy on his stream, confirms that his picture quality was on auto and he's now changed it, and we'll check after lunch. So let us know, Chris, if that has made the difference. And he said, this is Chris, who's from Margate but living in Dorset. Says, yes, I thoroughly enjoyed Kent this morning. And I imagine he's not alone in Kent fans having thoroughly enjoyed the way these two have gone about their business.
Well, I don't know about you, Sam, but I've enjoyed watching these two bat this morning. I appreciate we are here providing the commentary for Northamptonshire here on the live stream, but they've been brilliant to watch. I think it's a real honour to have watched Tawanda Muyeye's first class 100. I know you said as we walked across the gantry that you felt there was a real kind of air of excitement about the young lad, and it might be a case that you and I can sit there in the rocking chairs later on in our time going, well, we called the first 100 for Tawanda Muyeye.
Yeah, you know, it feels a bit unfair to say that Daniel Bell Drummond's played second fiddle, but there is something special about it being his first 100. just the way he has gone about it. You know, he's been so positive. He's timed everything so well. There's been no nervousness. And again, referring back to that interview I said I'd watched, where he just says, you know, I'm just going to try and enjoy it, but not get too hung up. And I think he has played with the freedom that when you're doing something you enjoy brings, right? You're not worrying about it going wrong. You're relishing the opportunities it brings.
Yeah, short and cuts down to deep third for another single.
That said, easier to enjoy your cricket when you're playing on a featherbed with a kookaburra ball against a tired attack. You'll just look a little bit one-dimensional at the moment.
But yeah, going back to Chris's email, if anybody is struggling with any poor picture quality, if you just go via the settings or the gear icon on YouTube, you'll be able to go for image picture quality and just select the highest option that you've got there. YouTube's got a handy way of just reducing that picture quality down. I don't know why, but it's worth just double checking to make sure that you get the full experience here at Wantage Road.
Chris confirms, all clear, smiley face.
I'm glad to have helped, Chris. Service with a smile, as they say.
No, helping YouTube viewers since 2023.
Around the wicket now from Tom Taylor. Toe ended by Daniel Drummond.
Yeah, so this short ball tactic obviously has three facets, I think. One is that to a certain extent you can control the scoring, you know, that you're looking at 5 and over rather than potentially 8 and over. Secondly, and I'd say probably the least likely of the three, is that someone pulls one down the man's throat at long leg.
That's pulled in between the fielders, and that's going to be 4 more for Kent, and Drummond moves to 136.
If you play shots like that, then it might be 8 and over. And then thirdly and finally, if you're banging it in, are you doing the ball a bit more scuffing up and maybe getting that elusive reverse swing with a ball that is just a little bit ragged, and that's, you know, dry, ragged ball is on one side is what tends to bring out about the reverse swing.
Cut away. Muyeye is looking for 2, but it's just going to be 1, which takes him to 149. 1 run away now from 150. Remember the Adam Sandler film Waterboy?
You bet. You can do it.
Defended by Drummond, where our very own Adam Sandler has bought us a crate of water. It's hot work at the moment here at Northamptonshire, so it's nice to remain hydrated. But he's also brought us good news that Ollie Sale is going to be heading up the stairs to join us. And that is big appeal. McManus likes it. Sale likes it. Umpire does not. It's beaten the outside edge of Daniel Drummond. Flight and turn. I think Drummond's probably just hit the ground there, hasn't he, as the ball's gone past.
Lovely delivery.
Very nice indeed. Encouraging signs for Alex Russell. Again, nice length, nice flight from the leggy.
Lewis McManus was adamant, and he said to Daniel Drummond, I'm paraphrasing here, come on mate, you've got 136, off you go. He's hungry for more.
And why would you not be on a day like today in Northampton? That's the end of Alex's Russell's 13th over. He's bowled 13 overs. No maidens, none for 61.
There you go, there's that little chat. Come on, Daniel. Sure you didn't nick it?
I think it's going to take a slightly more convincing argument to get one of these two to leave the crease today, isn't it? She said a cracking batting pitch and an old Kookaburra cricket ball. Tom Taylor's going to carry on from the Lynn Wilson centre end with this short ball tactic. Fielders at fine leg, deep third, deep backward square. One on the fence just in front of square as well. Tawanda Muyeye on 149. Tawanda Muyeye works that down to deep third, and he turns his maiden first-class 100 into his maiden first-class 150. 150 runs of 182 balls, 16 fours and 3 sixes for the young man.
Those are some numbers, aren't they?
Keeps getting better for him.
Strike rate of 82.4.
Have we worked out what is the size of this partnership, Sam? Do we know?
Yeah, it is 279 now.
279. So that then sits 5th in the highest partnerships for Kent against Northamptonshire. Going past Cowdrey and Wilson's well, he's gone past 227 quite a while ago, but that was back in 1955. Next is Hutchins and Woolley, which happened at the Bat and Ball ground in Gravesend back in 1908. And that's 296. That's inside information from Liam at Kent. Bit of shape that time, I think, from Tom Taylor back into the body of Daniel Bell Drummond. I don't know where I was going for. I got my D's and my B's mixed up. But yeah, Liam Knight, Alex's counterpart at Kent, has provided that inside information. So thanks very much, Liam, for tuning in and providing that stat. Bell Drummond on 136. Short from Tom Taylor. It's going to be pulled down to fine leg for a single. Just 2 runs off this over so far. I guess Luke Proctor will be saving Ben Sanderson and Jack White for the next 10 overs, Sam, so they can take the new ball.
Yeah, that's the kind of next milestone really for Northants to kind of get themselves through to. Tom Taylor doing a reasonable job after lunch here, just banging the ball in and doing his best to keep Muyeye and Bell Drummond to 1s and 2s, although Muyeye has been so good on the pull. That last pulled 4 he hit off Taylor, which bisected Zabe and Whiteman out on the leg side boundary, was hit like an absolute rocket, and that's been a sort of feature of his innings, hasn't it? It's just the crispness with which Muyeye has struck the ball.
Yeah, it's been superb. It's been superb to watch. And as I said earlier, at the moment, it does just feel for the two of them, really, certainly for the next 10 overs until this second new ball's taken, is almost how many runs can you get out here? The outfield's quick, the pitch is good to bat on, the ball's old. Cash in.
I think Muyeye and Drummond won't be that worried about the new ball, because they might also see it as an opportunity to, you know, to take advantage of that hardness of the new ball.
Delicately played by Daniel Drummond for a single. Gets it past Ricardo Vasconcelos at first slip. Picked up by Rob Keogh. Flighted. Full toss to Muyeye, who can only play that one out to the fielder at deep cover. So Alex Russell gets away with that one. Just rotating the strike, and that single there down to Jack White brings up the 300 for Kent. 300 off 70.4 overs as the ripple of applause goes around the ground for that milestone for Kent in this fixture. Short and down the leg side. That is going to beat Jack White down on the boundary. That's going to be 4 more for Tawanda Muyeye, who moves to 155. Loose from Alex Russell.
Yeah, he was furious with himself, wasn't he? You heard him through the effects mic. Exasperated. No, he said. Dropped it down. Dragged it down.
That's worked past Emilio Gay. Muyeye picks up a single off the last ball of the over and will keep the strike.
After trailing it, I then never got around to giving you scores from elsewhere in Division 1, Dan.
No, of course, sorry.
So at Southampton, Hampshire have gone well. 413 for 9, having won the toss and elected to bat. Nick Gubbins 120. Liam Dawson 141. 6 wickets for Josh De Caires, the off spinner, Michael Atherson's son. Certainly playing a role as a spinner with this Kookaburra ball. In London at the Oval, in reply to Lancashire's 274 all out, where Phil Salt top scored with 56, and there were 4 wickets apiece for Jordan Clark and Sean Abbott.
Driven nicely by Muyeye and well fielded at cover by Jack White.
And in reply to that 274, Surrey are 241 for 9, and 50s for Will Jacks 64 and Sam Curran 52. 3 wickets for Will Williams.
They really need a Dan Lawrence just to steady up that middle order, don't they? Driven this time back to Jack White and can't stop the single this time. I think adding Dan Lawrence to that Surrey team will just add a bit of quality to that side, you know.
Certainly will. At Chelmsford, talking of Dan Lawrence, Essex were bowled out finally for 457. Lawrence top score with 152. Tom Westley made 114. 3 wickets for Jake Lintott. Again, spinner taking some wickets.
Wow. He can't have played many first-class games, can he, Jake Lintott?
That's a good point. And in reply, Warwickshire are 59 for 2. Wicket each for Jamie Porter and Sam Cook, saying, well, Kookaburra or no Kookaburra, we're still going to be a...
How many has he played in top? Well, it's either his... I think it might be his second game.
Because Cricinfo won't update the current game, yeah. So when was his debut?
The 11th of July 2021 against Worcestershire at Worcester. 15 runs and wicketless.
That's good to see. And then the other game in Division 1 is at Taunton, where batters have had less fortune than they have certainly here at Wantage Road, at Southampton and at Chelmsford. Somerset were bowled out for 163 in their first innings, 5 wickets for Brett Hutton, 3 wickets for Matt Carter, spinner. Nottinghamshire in reply, all out for 186. Ben Slater, 70, 6 wickets for Matt Henry. He's a hell of a player. I like Matt Henry a lot.
Quality operator, isn't he? They've just signed Ish Sodhi as well, Somerset, for their final group game in the Blast and the knockout stage. I think he's available for the game against Hampshire as well. Just to add another new signing into the county championship.
Yeah, good bit of business there, because you have to have played in the group stages as an overseas if you're going to play in the knockout. So get him in before.
It's driven crisply by Tawanda Muyeye, who picks up a single off the last ball of Tom Taylor's 17th over. He's bowled 17 overs, 1 maiden, none for 76. Yep. 72 overs are gone, 310 for 1 on the board.
Yeah, so Somerset 163 all out, Nottinghamshire 186, and Somerset now leading by 55 runs, having reached 78 for 2 in their second innings. Tom Lammonby 30 not out. So yeah, some interesting scorecards. And I just saw a great stat, which was that Ashley Gardner's 8 for 63 is the second best test bowling figures in the women's game of all time.
Yeah.
8 for 66, I'm sorry. And yeah, Neetu David for India against England at Jamshedpur in 1995.
Fantastic effort. Yeah, and a huge, well, just a massive victory, isn't it, for Australia? It's brilliant, first of all, the fact that they elected to play the game over 5 days. Otherwise, we would have had the draw yesterday, and that double 100 for Tammy Beaumont, the 10 for Sophie Eccleston, the 8 for Ash Gardner, 99 for Elise Perry.
Ben Sanderson starts his spell with a no ball.
It would have been in vain, wouldn't it? So I'm glad they've played it over the 5 days.
Yeah, great game of cricket, and congratulations to Australia. They are some team.
And of course the 100 for Annabelle Sutherland as well in the first innings.
Yeah, that made a massive difference at number 8. Otherwise, England, needless to say, would have been favourites based on the first innings scores without her contribution. So Ben Sanderson actually into this. We thought maybe it would be spinners, Taylor, until the new ball was available at 80 overs. But Ben Sanderson has come back, I guess, given Rob Keogh's comments yesterday. Luke Proctor just seeing if any of the seamers can get this old ball to do a bit. He's got a gully, a fine leg, which is where Jack White is doing the fielding as we speak, and then going round from there, a deep square leg, a mid-wicket man short on the drive at a silly mid-on, a squarish long on, conventional mid-off, extra cover, and a deep point. A reminder that you can get in touch with us here on the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream powered by Daffabet, either by Twitter at NorthamptonCCC or email stream@nccc.co.uk. We haven't had many takers for our topic of conversation earlier on, which was where are some of the stranger places that you've followed a cricket match. Oh, and a shout for LBW. He thinks it's pad first, Ben Sanderson. Rob Bailey disagrees. And it's given us runs. I tell you what, first hint of something resembling reverse swing there, I think.
Yeah, it's a shame for Northamptonshire that we've had to wait 73 overs for it. But it's just started to go, hasn't it, for Ben Sanderson? Typically, as we get closer to the second new ball.
They don't have to take it, of course. They could, if this starts doing things, then that's not going to swing. As Muyeye pulls flamingo style out to Tommy Taylor on the boundary. Muyeye said that Peterson was one of his heroes growing up. Just a little glimmer of Peterson-esque flamboyancy when he's on the pull. Often that back leg just flicks up, not quite as extravagantly as Peterson. Just something going on with the ball for Sanderson. Maybe we are starting to see that long-awaited reverse swing that was so devastating for Wes Agar. Wes Agar, of course, a little bit quicker than Ben Sanderson, and he was getting prodigious reverse swing. Delighted to say, just entering the commentary box is Ollie Sale, who Dan mentioned would be joining us for a little while. We'll get him mic'd up and have a chat with the fast bowler that joined the club over the winter. Meantime, Luke Proctor and Alex Russell have a long conversation about their plan here. Russell still with two men protecting the onside boundary, man on the cover boundary, and otherwise 5 men in the ring. Lights that one up, and that will be out to Tom Taylor on the cover boundary. And delighted to say we've got him all mic'd up. A very warm welcome to Ollie Sale. Welcome.
Thank you very much for having me. First time I've been up here, actually. What a view you have.
It's all right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely the best seat in the house.
Yeah. Shame we're not more behind the army. Must have had a few games where you'd be pretty close.
Well, I think Sam likes to stand up and sit down a bit too much to be right behind the bowlers. It'd be a bit of a distraction.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's been great thing about being up here as well is when it's freezing cold, it's nice and warm, and then the aircon's pretty good as well. When it's yesterday, we were very grateful to have that cold air blowing.
Well, probably nicer up here than it is out there.
Yeah, a bit of hard yakka for the lads.
Yeah.
I imagine you're not that disappointed not to be bowling on this track with this ball.
To be honest, I'll take anything I can get at the moment. Yeah, no, it does look tough out there. I don't know if it just started reversing.
Yeah, we were saying.
Yeah, I was walking across just there and I thought it might be.
It's a 300 partnership between Muyeye and Bell Drummond, and they've contributed pretty much identical to that. Muyeye 149, Bell Drummond 143, and that 300 runs coming off just 418 balls. Yeah, encouragement for Ben Sanderson that last over, Ollie. It did just start to tail in. Took a little bit longer than it did for Kent. Any ideas what sort of would dictate the length of time it takes?
I think it's difficult for us to say, really. We obviously don't deal with reverse swing that much. So especially with our balls, it's just everyone's sort of learning, trying to tap into the Australians as well, because they also know a bit more about it. But I don't think there's an exact science, really. I think it's sometimes just if the ball, gets smashed into a foothold and then one side just gets the right amount of scuff, then so I don't. Yeah, it's not necessarily a science to it. I think it's just trying to understand what you're looking for and trying to manage the ball sort of flexibly. But yeah, hopefully. I mean, Tommy obviously came on after lunch. I think the plan was to try and get the ball reversing. I mean, obviously they've been trying, but I think they were cross seam there and just try and get one side to offer something.
We were speculating as to whether, as well as trying to limit the runs scored and potentially get a catch out in the deep, but was that part of the short ball tactic as well, where if you're bowling cross seam, you can get it to hit one side hard?
Exactly. Yeah. So cross seam, you obviously can't control, but you're basically trying to hit the smooth, shiny sides,
rather
whatever, scuff them up rather than the seam, and then I think it's definitely time to sort of try something different, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's Sanderson continuing from the David Capel end.
Have we asked Ollie how he is since he's been in the commentary box? Or have we just grilled him on the
how to get a wicket?
Dark arts of reverse swing here, Sam?
Well, I thought we got the expert up here. We should tap into it. But yes, very good question. How are you, Ollie?
I'm good. Yeah. Well, sort of all things considered, all good. Yeah. I just started my return to bowling today, so that was nice. Had a little trundle at lunch. So yeah.
Congratulations.
And all went well. So yeah. Well, fingers crossed. The process has now begun. So a few weeks time, we get some second team cricket and see where we're at.
How frustrating has the last 6 months been?
Yeah, very. I mean, to be honest, it's not been 6 months. It's more just. I mean, I had good winter here, getting to know everyone, sort of settling in. Good trip to South Africa, and then since then it's been very frustrating. Had the weirdest. I don't know how much you guys know about why I've not been playing, but I had like what they thought was mumps at one point.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I literally was getting stuck into the lads that were ill in the winter, saying I never get ill, and then start of the season, genuinely my face just like blew up, and I was like,
because we thought it was described as a back injury.
No, and then so either side of that back was a bit sore. Yeah. I think potentially that they thought it might have been
inflammation.
Obviously, when you're ill, your body's not as robust or whatever. So then, literally came back. I was at home for like a month with this face thing, and then came back and the back was.
It's up in the air, but one bounce 4 in the end. He is good on that pull shot, isn't he, Ollie? Muyeye.
Yeah, he's played beautifully. Yeah, they both have. Like, the conditions are obviously favourable at the moment, but they have to take your hat off to them. They've not really given any chances away, have they?
No, it's been chances from the both of them. I think there's only one kind of top edge from Muyeye yesterday, which fell just short of Jack White. And other than that, between the 436 balls that they faced combined, I can't recall another one. The googly from Alex Russell that went past Vasconcelos, I suppose, but
yeah, anyway, came back from that, and then that was when the back sort of flared up properly, right before the T20s, which I was sort of hoping to play. So yeah, that was probably the most frustrating point. But yeah, hopefully we'll still a lot of cricket left this summer.
Had you had back issues in the past, or?
I think probably like any fast bowler,
yeah.
There's always going to be some history with the spine. So yeah, it was. I mean, luckily it wasn't a fracture or anything, so otherwise that would probably been the season done.
Yeah.
A bit of bone edema.
So that's sort of bruising of the bone, is it?
Yeah. It's basically that's what happens, and before a stress fracture. So like if you
Okay.
continue, I mean, there's no sign, like they've never had more research on an injury and still know so little. So I mean, think about how many stress fractures go
Yeah.
on around the country. You see it all the time. They still don't really know why they're happening or how to control.
Yeah.
I mean, some guys get stress. I mean, you saw with Joffre when he's coming back from an injury, so they were literally monitoring his loads, and then he got a stress fracture while coming back from another injury. So it's like,
And it only shows up when it's too late. Is that right? On scans and things like that, or?
well, you're not just going to scan guys when they're symptom free. So obviously, when guys have got back issues, then they send them for a scan, and yeah, you just got to hope.
Because sometimes you get fast bowlers who feel fine, go
Well,
for
yeah,
a routine scan,
yeah.
and they go, "Oh, you've got a stress fracture."
That's the danger with routine scans,
Yeah.
really.
Lance
they-
Morris being the case in point here
Yeah,
in
exactly,
Northamptonshire,
yeah.
isn't it?
No, they talk quite a lot about in some physio. I think in Australia they went through a period, and with the ECB, of routine scanning guys and finding things that they didn't know they were going to find.
Yeah.
And there's an argument between the physios as to actually whether that's the right thing to do, and you should surely treat symptoms rather than the
Yeah.
scan. So
And would that explain why, previous to maybe the last 10 or 15 years, sort of people didn't talk about stress fractures of the back, and you'd get fast. Bob Willis would bowl 1 million overs a season and have a sore back, but just keep going.
it could be out.
That's up in the air,
Oh.
but 6. Hope from Ollie Sale. But
Didn't look like he got hold of it, but it
Well,
just
I'm not
carried on
yeah,
going, didn't it?
I'm not sure he did fully get hold of it, but he's seeing it so well. Yeah, it was kind of top edge-ish, but had enough on it.
Yeah, frustratingly, it's a bit of a rite of passage, isn't it, at the moment for an English
Well,
fast
yeah.
bowler to have back pain. So
Don't know if it's anything. I mean, the ECB obviously at a certain point introduced like limits on overs when guys are growing up. So
Yeah.
whether that's had any correlation,
because
or
would
whether,
that have been in place when you were going through Colts
Yeah.
cricket? It would, yeah.
yeah. But then maybe it's just the case of the guys that had back issues just fell off the radar in the past. You just never heard of them. There we go.
The
There we
breakthrough
go.
at last, and that brings an end to a wonderful innings from Tuanda Muyeye. Alex Russell gets his maiden first-class wicket. Is that right, or did he
That
take?
is, no, that is his maiden.
Yeah, so congratulations to Alex Russell. He's had to work very hard for it in his second game, but huge credit to Tuanda Muyeye, who has played absolutely brilliantly for 179. Jack White takes the catch in the covers. A flighted delivery from Alex Russell. And we'll just let the noise of the appreciative crowd filter through. What a way to make your maiden first-class century.
It's one of the best innings I've seen live. Sam, that one by Tuanda Muyeye. Almost something quite poetic as well. The first maiden first-class 100 being picked up by the lad with his maiden first-class wicket as well. It's nice bit of symmetry
absolutely.
going on there, isn't there?
Yeah. Bit of a baptism of fire for Alex's first wicket.
Just a touch, and brings Joe Denley to the crease, who's not had the finest of form, has he? But then we were kind of saying fairly similar things about Daniel Bell Drummond before the start of this innings as well.
I think they've both been going quite well in the T20s, bringing that form forward.
Keep losing your mic, just cutting out, Ollie.
really?
I don't think it's anything to do with you. I don't know if anyone behind the scenes can have a quick check of Ollie's cables and things like that.
So you mentioned a return in a couple of weeks. Is there a particular fixture that you've got kind of penciled in?
To be honest, I'm sort of in the hands of the science and medicine department at the moment. So
Is there a fixture that they've got penciled in then?
I think it'll basically when the second team 50 over stuff.
Okay.
So that starts before the first team. So like it's built in.
Yep.
So hopefully I'll play in them and then build into the over.
Must have been so frustrating, Ollie, especially having signed for a new club.
Yeah.
You know, when that happens, you're obviously part of the plans, and suddenly you're ruled out by injury. And
Especially, yeah. I mean, after pre-season as well, you're sort of getting to know all the lads and you're starting to feel like you really settle in. And then when you're injured, you're just kind of removed from the group. So I sort of feel like I haven't seen. I mean, every time I do see it, it's really nice, but you know, you're kind of just doing your own thing.
We've got just a delay in play whilst Safe Save puts the short leg gear on to come in for Joe Denley to face his first ball from Alex Russell. No, I was chatting to Ben down at Somerset and was kind of saying, Ben was said, oh, it'd be nice to see you about. And I said, well, I've not seen him at all yet. I just haven't seen him at the ground. So it's cracking to see you kind of around the ground over the last couple of days. Nice start for Alex Russell there against Joe Denley, just pushing forward there. So what does it? I guess you spend a lot of time on the physio table, and
not
then
really. The trouble is with like back injuries, it's not like a hamstring or something where you're, you know, sort of regaining strength, trying to repair tissue. With a bone injury, basically just trying to let it heal because there's nothing you can really do. So what we've been doing is trying to stay, like try not to decondition too much. What you can do, they will do, but the trick is basically to try and let it heal.
So have you had anything fun to do at home then in this time?
Well, I have just
taken
moved
up a
into
new hobby or something.
I've moved into a new house, so I've been sort of trying to get all the furniture.
Flat pack furniture building
exactly.
and stuff like that.
I feel like I'm a bit of a guru of flat pack furniture now.
so just give us your backstory, Ollie. You obviously excuse the pun.
Yeah.
Give us your history. Obviously, we know you've come from Somerset, but your journey up to this point in your short career so far.
Yeah, so I was at Somerset sort of throughout the whole of school and stuff. When I was at Newcastle University, but also still sort of contract with Somerset. So when I wasn't there, I was down in Somerset, and then was full time for 5 years. I've had. Is it something?
Just going to move that. Try that.
Is that better?
Just wonder whether because you're a little bit far away, it was cutting out. But we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah. So Newcastle University, but still involved, obviously, with Somerset during that time. Yeah.
And then, for 5 years since then, I sort of my probably breakthrough year. The year I sort of played the most first team cricket for Somerset was during COVID, and I was a leading wicket taker in the T20 comp that year, and then had a very, very frustrating time with a shoulder injury. Well, I had basically ended up training a whole winter with painful shoulders, and then right on the dawn of pre-season, they decided that it was then the time to scan it, and ended up having surgery about a week later on both shoulders.
Oh, wow.
So then I got, the last couple of years have been sort of coming back from that. Shoulder surgery is a nasty business.
Definitely a little bit of tail here from Ben Sanderson with this old kookaburra now, isn't there? There's shape back into Joe Denley. He's got himself off the mark and moved to 3. Those fielders just lurking close on the leg side at a couple of mid-wickets, and Tom Taylor just in front of square.
With Sanderson getting it to start to reverse, would you hold off on the new ball here, or with a new batter, would you be tempted to take it straight away in 3.5 overs time, Ollie?
I think I'd be tempted to take the new ball, to be honest. It doesn't look like it's doing enough that it's causing issues. I mean, I saw bits of yesterday, but you could definitely tell from what I was watching that Wes Agar had it going quite nicely. Here it sort of seems a bit indifferent, a little bit of tail, but especially when you got someone like Sando who's so good with a new ball.
It's another single for Joe Denley. Yeah, it was almost like a light switch, wasn't it, Sam, yesterday with Wes Agar. Was kind of pretty gentle throughout, and it was almost his third spell, wasn't it, where he came back and got Rob Keogh in a bit of strife at 97 and then cleaned the tail up with those almost booming kind of reverse in-swing deliveries.
Yeah, he played a huge part in the game. You know, Northants weren't bossing it, but if Rob Keogh had, you know, kept going with a bit of support from Tom Taylor, then could easily have added another 100 runs and a bit of scoreboard pressure. So yeah, that was, like Ollie's just said, an Australian showing the English how it's done with a raggedy old kookaburra.
I've got a question for you, Ollie, from a young Northants fan called Alex. He said, Oliver Richard Trethowan Sale. Can we have the background on Trethowan at some point, please? So, Alex, thanks for tuning into the live stream. Company is appreciated as always.
Yeah, that was my grandfather's surname.
Okay.
On my mum's side, so yeah, I think there's some Cornish roots there. I'm not entirely sure.
So you obviously grew up in the West Country?
Yeah, Devon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually was born in the Midlands. We were in the Midlands for 8 years, but most of my childhood was down in Devon.
If you want to put a question to Ollie, then you can do that on Twitter at NorthantsCCC or via email stream@nccc.co.uk. Anything you'd like to ask Northants? Signing over the winter, fast bowler, originally from Somerset. And the good news is, a world exclusive on the stream is that Ollie Sale is not far off returning to competitive cricket, which is great news. Is it nerve-wracking after an injury like that when you first start bowling? Do you feel tentative when you're, obviously you take it step by step, but sort of holding yourself differently, things like that, or do you have to kind of let go of that?
Not necessarily. I think it's more, you got to try and view each injury as a chance to come back better. So you have that time building up where you can technically try and improve. And I think the biggest struggle coming back from injury is just the lack of overs in the legs. You just want to build some rhythm and start feeling the ball out of the hand again and feeling the crease. And yeah, and you can only really do that from bowling. Doesn't matter how fit you are in the gym or anything like that. You need to bowl.
Yeah.
And that's really the trick as well with staying fit, is you build that robustness from bowling. And so, like Dave Willey said it to me the other day, he said at the moment when you're out of that, you're basically trying to jump on a moving treadmill. And then once you're on the treadmill, it's actually so much easier to stay fit because your body's built that robustness.
Yeah.
But when you're trying to get on, it's just that challenge.
So do you have a very clear plan that's been provided to you by the Science and Medicine Department of what you'll do between now and taking the pitch for the first time?
Yeah. So I mean, this is not their first rodeo. I mean, we've had 3 guys or something go through this exact injury this year. So, no, it's pretty straightforward. Just building it back up, basically, and allowing your body a chance to get used to it again.
You see videos sometimes of bowlers returning from back injuries where the first thing they do is almost literally walk through their action. Is that?
Yeah, if you saw me bowling earlier, I was probably off 3 yards.
Yeah.
But it was great.
Still be too quick for us, Sam.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't know, I think I've seen a few videos of you whacking the ball about in the nets.
They're usually with my eyes closed, Ollie. I think I might park that idea of facing a full-strength Ollie Sale.
Do the filming now. That's the time to do it.
Change of angle from Alex Russell, just coming round the wicket to Daniel Bell Drummond. He's moved himself to 145, 341 for 2, the score for Kent. With the we've spoken a little bit during day one about the differences between the Dukes and the Kookaburra. We've spoken about the fact that obviously the ECB are trialling this, and we'll talk later about what they're going to do to kind of assess the success of this kind of 2-game trial. Have you? Well, first question: have you spent any winters out in Australia? I'm sure you probably have as a professional cricketer. I don't think many haven't.
Yeah.
And when you actually come to having the two cricket balls in your hand, I mean, how do they actually differ when you're kind of up close and personal?
I mean, yeah, it's chalk and cheese between the Dukes and the Kookaburra. In Australia, I mean, when we go over to play grade cricket, and I think their sort of turf balls are slightly different, so they do nip around a bit. And I guess obviously you're sort of on club grounds rather than professional wickets, but yeah, they're definitely more batter friendly, I'd say. I think the difference is in Australia, obviously the wickets have a lot more pace and bounce.
It's a lovely shot by Daniel Drummond through the covers, and he will add another couple to his score. Yeah, I suppose it's not as simple as just changing the cricket ball in order to recreate those conditions. You need to have kind of buy-in from, well, the weather, I suppose, the main part of it, but also the ground staff to create those kind of harder, faster pitches for those couple of rounds as well.
Yeah. I mean, looking at the scores around the country, some games do seem like they've gone sort of 600, play 600, but some of the games have been low scoring. I saw Dame Somerset's.
I was going to say, your mates down at Taunton.
Yeah. And then they just bowled him out for 180, so...
Was it Matt Henry taking...
Yeah, Matt Henry taking all the wickets
He'll
down.
be a season... They use the Kookaburra in New Zealand in the domestic game?
I think they might, yeah. I think they might.
Because actually that's probably the most similar conditions to England. So he'll, in terms of someone who's played a lot, if it is the Kookaburra they use out there on kind of lush outfields and things like that, he'll probably be a master of that, and he's kind of shown that down at Taunton.
I think he's pretty good with any ball,
yeah,
to be honest.
Yeah. Of course, formerly of Kent.
Yeah, New Zealand is one of those places to watch Test cricket where you turn the TV on at 11 o'clock at night, you look at the pitch, and you can only really differentiate it between the white paint and the stumps on the rest of the square because it's so green. And they toss the new Kookaburra to whoever's bowling, and you go, that's done absolutely nothing then.
But it is interesting, you know, the spinners have played more of a role in these first innings.
Yeah.
Inside edge, I think, from Daniel Drummond that time that didn't carry through to Lewis McManus. Was it a bit of bat, or was it just straight off the pads? Or is he just, did he hit the ground again?
But yeah, Lintott taking a few wickets.
Did he?
Josh De Care took a sixfer.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that was the plan.
Yeah.
Because there's been talk. I mean, obviously they had to bring Moeen out of retirement for this series, so it would be good to see spinners around the country play more of a role, and it's difficult to replicate with the Dukes when seam is so prolific.
Your contract here at Wantage Road is all formats, is that correct?
Yeah.
You've not yet made your first class debut, have you? I don't
No.
think, having just quickly looked on ESPN. So I'm glad I kind of remembered that right after 5 minutes ago. Clearly, red ball cricket does motivate you. Is it something that you would love to add to your CV before the end of the season?
Yeah, definitely. I'm just keen to play as much cricket as I can for Northampton at the moment. I think just with coming back from the shoulder surgeries, Sads spoke to me and said, look, we're probably going to try and attack that T20 block to start with, and then we can build through the rest of the season. So that was meant to be the plan.
Yep.
Obviously there was no guarantee that I was going to play, but we were trying to give me every chance to, and then obviously there's been some complications. So yeah, from now on, I think we're just going to try and play as much as you can. But I think it looks like my return will coincide quite nicely with the beginning of the One Day Cup, and then got those 4 championship fixtures at the end, which hopefully I'll be available for, and see what happens.
Back with a nice dark Dukes in your hand rather than one of these square Kookaburras instead.
And have you been clocked? What are you reaching speed wise?
Delivery by Alex Russell.
That's a nice delivery. I played one game on Sky, and I was sort of mid-80s. Got one down at 88, I think. So
Not far away from Emilio Gay there at mid-wicket, but that's going to be 4. It's not going to be 4. Jack White is putting in the big strides to save that going for 4, but that will be 3 added to the score, and Daniel Bell-Drummond will bring up his 150 for Kent in the first innings here at Wantage Road. That 150 coming off 248 balls, striking at 60 with 14 fours.
Such, I guess, that was the big appeal for the Northants, as skillful as the attack is. Sort of quite a similar style of bowler. I guess you can offer a point of difference with that extra pace.
well, hopefully, yeah.
Had that ball stopped by the time Jack White put the dive in?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. He got the job done in the end.
Hey, absolutely. Looks like he's having a few looseners as well, so I think, Ollie, you're right in saying that 2 balls time we'll see the second new ball in this first innings. Googly from Alex Russell, which I don't think we've seen enough of those from him during these 17.5 overs so far today. The one that stands out was the one that bought the edge of Muyeye that went past Vasconcelos, and that one there, that it seems to turn quite sharply, the googly for Alex Russell.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the one that sometimes he drags down, whether that's slightly...
Slog sweep, straight to the man, Sam Whiteman. Alex Russell picks up his 2nd wicket in first-class cricket. Joe Denley goes for 6. His tough county championship campaign continues, and that could be so important with the last ball of Alex Russell's 18th over, and potentially the last ball with that particular kookaburra as well.
That's a big wicket, that. Right before the new ball. Just seemed to pop out that rough, didn't it? A little bit.
Yeah, he couldn't have picked Sam Whiteman out any better if he tried, could he?
Happens so often, doesn't it, when a batter's been sat there for well, almost 3 sessions. No, over 3 sessions, whatever it was, but a long time, and comes out and goes cheaply.
Maybe something extra to think about for Luke Proctor in Northamptonshire, though, because Alex Russell just seems to be kind of settling into his work after lunch and targeting those footholes from around the wicket. I'm sure it will be a straightforward conversation with regards to taking that second new ball, but he's really starting to get it to turn. And that googly, as I say, looks like it's turning quite sharply as well. But I think they have taken it, because I think Ben Sanderson is going to bowl from the David Capel end.
Tommy's bowling. By the looks of things, he's put his cap on the stumps for the umpire.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
And the fact that Ben Sanderson is giving a good polish on his white suggests it is... Well, we've not seen a signal from the umpire.
No.
I guess just seeing whether Tom Taylor can, with that extra yard of pace he has, can get it to do a bit more than Ben Sanderson was doing. And like you say, down with Alex Russell picking up a couple of wickets the other end, probably adds to the argument to hold on just for a little while. So you've said you just moved house, Ollie. That's to be nearer here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Live near Skipper, just round the corner from Skipper. Yeah. And Rob Gio as well.
Did they know that before you moved in, or were you invited or encouraged to join the neighbourhood watch party?
To be fair, I didn't actually know where Procky lived because he was away when I was looking. And then when he got back, I sort of he was asking me about where I'm living. I told him, and he said, "That's about 4 doors down from my house."
How weird.
Yeah.
Tom Taylor then to Daniel Bell Drummond. Just targeting those stumps again, isn't he?
Tommy seems to create that really nice angle when he bowls, just attacks the stumps.
I think it's certainly the tactic that was employed by Kent yesterday to bowl very straight. Matt Quinn in particular was targeting the stumps and the pads, wasn't he, of the Northants batters. I think he went wicketless, didn't he, Matt Quinn, yesterday? But nonetheless didn't really give anything away. Obviously those two fielders there kind of lurking at short mid-wicket. But Daniel Bell Drummond's dissected the pair of them. And it's gone off for 4 and he moves to 155. If you found yourself in this situation, Ollie, what would the tactic be from the seamers right now? Obviously the one that we've got on show here is to bowl nice and straight. Is that something that you would be looking to do as well?
I think that's what you need to do, especially guys that are in. You've got to try and restrict the scoring by, ring fields, attack the stumps, make sure you keep all those modes of dismissal in play, and then there's a patience game, I guess. I mean, you've seen the way, that's probably the old-fashioned way of thinking nowadays when you see the way Stokes is going about things. So maybe I'm wrong. I mean, if it was me, I'd probably be looking a bit more short stuff.
Yeah. But I suppose that's where you got the benefit of having that extra. Just extra 5 mile an hour on Tom Taylor, would you say?
Yeah, Tommy can get it through when he charges in.
Yeah.
I think that the key for any bowler in this situation is just try and make it as awkward as possible. Try and make it as difficult as possible. Put fielders in an awkward position, and maybe you go around the wicket and have a guy around the corner, have a guy in short leg. Just try and create a chance and crack open the innings a bit.
Yeah. Which when you look at Daniel Bell Drummond's strike rate of 61 is something that they've not really been able to stop the scoring so far during this innings. And I think what was Tuanda Muyeye's, was that in the 80s in the end, wasn't it? But I think that probably just does highlight how difficult it is to bowl with this kookaburra here at Wantage Road in this second innings. Down the ground that time, and Tom Taylor finishes with a dot ball. So Bell Drummond on 157, leaning yet to face a ball, and Kent 355 for 3.
Ollie, I'm interested in going back further in your development. Fast bowlers kind of develop at a different rate, don't they? Were you someone who was identified as a potential future professional cricketer early, or were you a late bloomer? How was your progression as a fast bowler in particular?
I was on the Devon sort of setup quite early on, and then I think I joined Somerset Academy when I was 16. I only actually went for one session, and then Jason Kerr asked me to be on the academy, and I was over the moon. So
oh, wow.
It all happened quite quickly. They hopefully saw something.
And have you always been naturally pacey, or is that something you've developed?
I think I've always had it in me to bowl fast, and then it's just the challenge of maintaining it throughout a season. Especially when I was younger and your action's a bit more inconsistent. But some days I was bowling rockets and some days I was bowling backwards. But as I've got older, it's felt more and more consistent.
So got away with that one there, leaning yet to get off the mark. I think he's earned the right lately to get away with those lucid deliveries with the turn that he has been getting from outside leg stump, and also that googly as well. The Kent batters being slightly more watchful of Alex Russell as this innings has gone on. Don't know who that was that said that out on the field for Northamptonshire, but out of the rough, Dre, I think, was the call from, well, I'd guess Lewis McManus. It's exactly in there, and Leaning can only play that one back down the pitch to Alex Russell, struggling to get himself off the mark at the moment.
This is what we spoke about, just trying to make it a bit awkward. It looks difficult. If you hit that rough, and you don't really know how it's going to react. It could go big.
Yeah, I suppose it would be a shame that Northamptonshire couldn't have kept Kent out there for a little bit longer, so those footholes are a bit bigger now than what they are. But say post-lunch, Alex Russell seems to have really settled into his role here from the Lynn Wilson centre end with those footholes that our cameraman Ben is highlighting quite wonderfully on the stream there. I know Sam Keir likes a slog sweep, and I'm sure he'd probably get down on one knee and well, probably get caught where Joe Denley was, to be honest. But
Yeah, you're giving me the credit of actually getting something on the ball there, Dan. Bowled around my legs, I reckon. Or just falling over into my own stumps.
into Mammal Hag style.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few things I've got in common with Inzi. My
Good bid.
well, I don't think I can compete with Inzi there, but
Great leader.
well, you guys are being very generous. Those weren't the two things that initially came to mind. But my ability to get run out, my speed between the wickets.
Full again from Taylor and targeting those stumps. I'm not going to do you dirty like Ricardo Vasconcelos did earlier this season, Sam. That ship sailed and we're not going back down that.
Well, you've just brought it up, so
Yeah, but
Well,
Ollie doesn't know the
Well,
reference.
it's gonna ask now.
Yeah, obviously I need to know now.
oh god.
I mean, who would you suggest that there might be a likeness to from Sam Keir in the world of British comedy?
I'm not getting involved. You were telling the story.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Thank you, Ollie. Yeah, Ricardo was very was over the moon with his James Corden comparison.
Right.
Just off the inside edge there. Jack Leaning is going to pick up another one. It's 2 off 8 now.
Do you get many lookalikes, Ollie? I've got one that's come to mind, which is too obvious.
I know.
Yeah,
I genuinely can't walk down the street at the moment without being called Erling Haaland.
yeah, that's what I am. I thought I'd let you say it rather than.
Yeah.
But I say, hey, worse people to be.
Yeah,
compared to.
no, it's fun. It's funny.
And once you get out there with the lads, will you be taking the Haaland role in the football warm-ups? Are you any
Yeah.
good?
Oh well, we played one game in the winter charity game, and you're looking at a hat-trick scorer. So
Okay,
there we go.
So it's not just the hairstyle.
Yeah, I mean none of us particularly good, to be honest. There was a member of their team that was about 65 as well.
in goal.
That was the centre half that was marking.
yeah. James Sales is just burning him on the outside. This has got to stop.
Fielder Emilio Gay on the leg sides move to a short mid-on now.
He's quite late, sort of getting into his crouching position there, Emilio. If I was the batter, it's the kind of thing that might just get in my eye line. I don't know if that's a calculated or if that's just Emilio's laid-back style.
Yeah.
But watch him when the bowler runs in. He, well, certainly last delivery, he was basically only just settling down as Taylor hit his delivery stride. But I guess when the guy's on 157, he's not going to be too bothered about things like that.
One and one bounce appeal from somewhere around the ground.
Safe was excited about that one, I think.
Yeah.
I've seen Safe doing a few warm-ups in the last few overs. He's desperate for a bowl, isn't he?
I think he wants a bowl. He might have to take those shin pads off though before he has a trundle. I wonder whether a bit of safe driving his left arm finger spin into this surface might offer something a little bit different for Beau Drummond to think about. Tom Taylor's doing a stellar job charging in for his teammates and his captain from the David Capel, and he's bowled 20 overs now in this innings, none for 85. Stream powered by Daffabet, of course, here at Northamptonshire.
Yeah, he very rarely lets Luke Proctor down, does he, Tom Taylor? He's the kind of guy that will come charging in all day long, bowl the kind of difficult overs and bowl the plan he's been told to bowl to, rather than worrying too much about his own personal numbers. Seems like a selfless cricketer. Is that a fair assessment?
Definitely. I mean, he runs in the fastest out of all of us on the GPS data, so you can see charging in. I think everyone has their own sort of optimal run-up speed, but I remember the first time I faced Tommy in the nets, I was like, bloody hell, he's going to bowl 100 miles an hour here. Pushing off the sight screen.
Alex Russell to continue. And that has gone past the outside edge of Jack Leaning. He's really settled into his work. We've had an email from Paul Thorburn just while Jack Leaning's at the crease. Full toss out to Luke Proctor. You may notice on Jack Leaning's bat there's a sticker for Iggy's Fund. This is a charity in memory of Alan Iggleston, the former Kent and England bowler. We played our first game yesterday against Westerham Cricket Club, Alan's first ever club. A mention for the charity would be awesome. Many thanks, Paul. There you go. Obviously a Kent superstar, wasn't he, Alan Iggleston? We've also had an email from Ian as well, Sam, that I think is right up your street, that I think you should read out.
Yeah, I was saving that for once we...
No, because I think Ollie might have some intel as to a rogue place that he might have been watching a game of cricket. You never know.
You go for it then.
So earlier on in the piece, Sam posed the question about where would the strangest or most unique or beautiful place that you might have been following a game of cricket from. Sam came up with an Irish bar in Torremolinos in 2019 for the World Cup final.
And wasn't that strange? But it was like it was a memorable occasion.
That's a good question, isn't it?
Just past Emilio Gay. Jack Leaning's going to pick up another one as he moves to 4. But just to whet your appetite then, Ollie, whilst you're giving that a bit of thought, I had an email from Ian. Said, always kept abreast of the TMS coverage of England matches whilst in court as a prosecutor. The most notable occasion when England chasing down victory in the dark in Pakistan many years ago, when I was required to provide regular updates to the magistrates by plugging in my tiny Roberts radio between cases. On the morning of one test match, the first thing the chairman of the bench said to me when court started at 10 o'clock was, "I suppose you want to be finished by 11 a.m, Mr. Callaway."
That's a good one to kick us off.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously in England, usually we're in England most of the time. I feel like abroad, my thought immediately went abroad rather than magistrates' court.
You're not meant to spend much time in a magistrate's court yet, Ollie?
Not yet.
Good.
Don't plan on it.
Yeah, actually, I remember the first. How old are you, Ollie?
27.
Yes. Do you remember the 06-07 Ashes?
I remember the 05 Ashes better, but I can remember the 06-07.
I was at uni then, and
yeah.
we got Sky just for the occasion in our uni house, and I remember watching. This is how sad I was. So it was Harmison's first ball that went wide. Blah blah. That was at like midnight. And then I stayed up for the whole session, and then at about 3 a.m. when we were getting absolutely thumped, all my housemates came back from like the student union. They were having a much better time than I was.
Yeah.
Sat on my own on the sofa,
just in tears.
But then word got around
that we had Sky, and so then to start with, because there were a few Aussies in our year as well, and so to start with, many English fans that would be coming around to take advantage of the live coverage. By the third test, I was just surrounded by my new Aussie mates.
I'd have thought they'd have been in there from ball one. They're quite confident when it comes to Test match cricket, aren't they, the Australians?
Yeah, but it took a lot to drag them out of the walkabout in Manchester.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ben Sanderson is into the attack from the David Capel end, replacing Tom Taylor. He's bowled 14 overs, 1 for 50.
We got a new ball
so
in hand,
far.
or?
It looks a bit shinier, doesn't it?
Well, it's got 2 slips in, I was just thinking.
2 slips and a bit of shape back into Jack leaning. So I think we might have done.
We missed that signal.
It is the new ball.
It is.
Yeah.
There we go. So we got a couple of extra overs whilst Alex Russell was getting a bit of turn out of those footholds, trying to pick up that wicket of Jack leaning. But Luke Proctor has elected to take the new ball, and Ben Sanderson will lead the attack from the David Capel end. No ball signalled by the umpire. Jack leaning just using his feet. We've seen that quite a lot this season at Wantage Road, haven't we, against the Northampton teams, just using the feet to negate some of that swing. I assume Jack White will probably take the other over from the Lynn Wilson centre end as well. Optimistic appeal, I think, from mid-wicket. I think that might have missed a whole lot of everything. And by signals by the umpire, but encouraging signs to see the swing that kind of feels like we haven't seen for a long time for Northamptonshire with this new ball. The lead is 125 and 7 wickets remaining for Kent. How Northamptonshire would love to bag themselves a couple of Kent batters here with this new ball. As well as they've batted, 125, 126 isn't a huge deficit at the moment. So if Northampton can pick up 2, 3, maybe 4 with this new ball, it brings them right back into the game, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you'd say that batting last on this wicket, if Northampton did manage to do that and then get even a sort of small, be able to post a smaller target for Kent, then with this pitch wearing further and further, then yeah, they're not totally out of it, but I think this new ball is absolutely crucial. Can't waste it.
We're going to have to bat well, aren't we?
I think we are. Had a couple yesterday that, well, Rob Keogh obviously the standout, Sam Whiteman and Safe Save, I think you would say got in as well on this pitch. Encouraging signs from Sanderson. I think Sam Whiteman was, the timing of it just couldn't, I know it sounds easy to say, but it couldn't be worse. I mean, it was the guy that's kind of topped the charts for Northamptonshire this season before Rob Keogh's 97 yesterday, to get himself to 40 and look unchallenged and then to fall on the ball before lunch. It was kind of the perfect situation for Kent and almost the worst position to find themselves in for Northamptonshire going into lunch on day one. It's well defended by Jack leaning. An encouraging start with the second new ball for Northamptonshire by Ben Sanderson. And the score 368 for 3 off 85 overs. The lead now 131 with 7 wickets remaining.
Yeah, as you would expect, it'll be Jack White to take the new ball at the other end, the Lynn Wilson Centre end, which is where we are located here in the commentary box, currently joined, as you'll be able to see on your screen, with Northamptonshire fast bowler Ollie Sale, joined from Somerset over the winter. He's been telling us about his return, or the progress he's making as he targets a return from injury. Moving house to the up to be closer to Wantage Road. And if you want to get in touch, when have you got to disappear, Ollie?
Oh, just sort of hanging out.
You
I don't
enjoying
know,
yourself?
Yeah, I'm having a nice time.
Good. Okay, well, you're very welcome to stay as long as you like, and you can get in touch with us and put any questions to Ollie. Just a bit too straight from Jack White to start with. Allows Daniel Bell Drummond to pick up another single. He moves on to 160. Yeah, you can, anything you'd like to know about the life of a professional cricketer, about Ollie's own circumstances, his own story, or anything else you'd like to put to Ollie, then get in touch with us on Twitter at NorthantsCCC, at NorthantsCCC, or on email stream@nccc.co.uk. Jack White has 2 slips, as did Ben Sanderson. Cover, deep point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep, backward square, and a long leg.
The youngster Alex has been back in contact. I think he's a bit of an aficionado with middle names, particularly those of Northamptonshire County Cricket Club cricketers. And he's asked which is the strongest, James John Grimwood Sales, Augustus Horatio Miller, or Oliver Richard Trethowan Sale.
Can't look much further than Horatio, can you?
I think Augustus Horatio probably wins it for me. I don't know whether, Sam, you have any differing views.
No, it's that's strong. I like Grimwood. That's sounds like a sort of UK grime style artist like Grimwood, MC Grimwood. Not sure whether James Sells himself does any music, but yeah, no, it's all 3 strong names.
Thanks for your question, Alex. Always adding value to the live stream.
He doesn't ask much about cricket.
It's not his strongest suit, I don't think.
But it's good to keep it varied. So tactically here, Ollie, with the new ball, obviously you can't go all out attack when you got a side 369 for 3. But like Dan mentioned, we've seen a lot of targeting the pads, targeting the stumps. Do you continue doing that with the new ball?
Yeah, definitely. Just hope that with that harder seam, it just sort of offers a bit more off the pitch. But you've got to, especially when it's a bit slower, the wicket, you need to keep all the dismissals in play, I'd say. I probably would have point up to the new guy just to try and keep him on strike. But
I think respectfully to Jack Gleaning, he has struggled so far, hasn't he? He's 4 off 22. Particularly struggled with the leg spin of Alex Russell to start his innings. So I think you're probably right, Ollie. You could apply a little bit more pressure to Jack Gleaning this early on in his innings.
especially with that new ball.
I think Alex Russell will be looking, if obviously the seamers don't do the job, will be looking to get his hands on this second kookaburra a little bit earlier than maybe what he got his hands on the first one. That harder seam would offer him a little bit more opportunity with getting the big turn, which we know is associated to Alex Russell out of those footholes.
The lead now 132. Yeah, as Dan mentioned, slow start for Jack Gleaning, but Ollie, if there was ever a chance to get yourself in form, then this is the wicket to do it on, right?
Well, it looks like it, doesn't it, from
Yeah.
the scoreboard, but don't think it's ever easy facing Ben Sanderson with a
No.
new ball.
Yeah, Kookaburra, Dukes, red or white.
Yeah.
He bowled well in the blast, didn't he?
Oh, he's been
First up.
phenomenal, hasn't he?
Yeah, just plugging away at that top of off stump. We saw him, you know, when he got rid of Compton cheaply with one that just sort of went on with the arm, but went through bat and pad to have Kent 17 for 1. You didn't quite think it would be a 371 for 3, did you? But well, that's a little wayward from Ben Sanderson. Rarely do you see him pushing one down leg side, but I guess that's that attempt to bowl as straight as possible.
I think he looks like he's, especially with this breeze, trying to bowl more in swingers than he probably usually would. There's maybe that this adjustment of lines.
Yeah, and we've seen that actually all innings, where in targeting the stumps, when you just get a little bit wrong, then can drift down the leg side or offer the batters a chance to play down the ground through that sort of V on the onside. If you're in Kent's position, Ollie, obviously you've got to have a game plan as well. What, given that it is such a difficult pitch to take wickets, you've got to give yourself plenty of time, haven't you, in this game?
Yeah. So, I mean, is there any weather about?
I think Wednesday looks iffy-ish.
Yeah.
Probably not to the point where you go, we're worried we're gonna lose significant time, but yeah, okay, well let's assume that you're gonna lose
half a day or something.
Well, I wouldn't say
No,
a session,
a session.
yeah. Or you're sort of you're bearing that in mind, that you might lose a session.
I think given that this is obviously big game for them as well, that bottom end of the table, they definitely need to give themselves the best chance to win the game. So they don't want to try and think about bringing a draw into the equation. They'll be looking to move the game forward, I imagine. Try and bat once, and I mean, they may have a few overs at us tonight.
You think as early as that? Yeah. I suppose when
There's still how many overs left today? 40?
Yeah.
I mean, they could. Maybe not, actually.
So let's say they score. Well, the scoring
Depends how quickly they score, doesn't it? But
yeah.
they were. I mean, they get 300 odd ahead. They would just give themselves enough time and back themselves to.
So let's say 30. If we were doing this earlier, Ice Cream's doing a roaring trade. There's Toby, one of the comms members of staff. I can only see 3 ice creams there, Toby. I hope they're not just for Ben, George, and you. I'm sure Ollie would love a.
The science behind that, getting the back stronger, a bit of.
Absolutely. Well, it's calcium in the milk.
Right. Okay, that's what we'll say.
100% necessary for strengthening the bones. I should never have doubted George. How am I going to listen and commentate?
What a guy.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Well, cheers, everyone. I was going to put it all over Mike. He's already on his mic, look.
Doctor's orders. I don't know how I'm going to do this. This is terrible broadcasting, but
good luck. I'm a bit scared now. The camera's still on as well. Oh no, there you go. It's safe now.
Oh, one that zipped past Jack Leaning's outside edge. Bit of lift and carry for Jack White. I think that probably did hit the Kookaburra seam, with the camera getting a battering from the wind once again. Yeah, that's angled in and seamed away. It's a good ball, that.
This will be the most enjoyable bit for people's commentary during this game. Will be the bit where it's just silence whilst the 3 of us are demolishing these ice creams.
Very nice hearing the sound of some muting is.
I mean, I could mute them.
We were talking about Kent's game plan, and the ice cream's totally thrown me. Where had you got to in your analytical discussion of? We were saying. So let's say Ollie, Dan, you'd popped out for. Had said, well, maybe even Kent might think about having a few overs at Northampton tonight, and we were just doing the maths of. Let's say they bat another 30 overs at 4.
Now I'm looking at the scoreboard a bit more carefully. I don't think they will. I think the reality is that there's 2 days left in the game after this. You know,
exactly. And having, if Bell, Drummond and Muyeye were still going, then you'd think they'd probably be looking to really up the rate. But Jack Leaning will want to take advantage, looking ahead at the rest of the season. Oh, a bit of confusion as Leaning sends Bell Drummond back. The throw comes in from Alex Russell, but he was safe in the end. Yeah, if you're thinking sort of long, obviously you've got to think about this game, but great chance for this struggling Kent middle order to boost their confidence. And like you say, 2 whole days after today, even if they batted for the whole of tomorrow's morning session, they'd have a big lead by then. You'd have thought 350.
I think they'll probably try and keep us out there as long as they see, as long as they still feel they've got plenty of time to win the game, they'll keep us out there basically.
Maiden over for Jack White. On the money, as you become accustomed to seeing here at Wantage Road.
I think the point that you made earlier, Sam, about not wanting to bat last on this pitch as well, will be in Kent's mind as too. Like if Northampton's obviously got themselves into a position where Kent needed to bat again, then potentially that leg spin of Alex Russell, the finger spin of Rob Keogh, the left arm spin of Saif Zaid could really kind of cause a bit of a banana skin if there was a little bit of a chase required by Kent on day 4. And I think the other points that you've made as well, the fact that there's a great opportunity on a good pitch against a ball that's easier to bat against for this Kent middle order to find a bit of form as the season goes on.
Got an email from Paul Sumner, and I like this email because it's starts off very much about you and wishing you best wishes. Then it takes a turn. Don't worry, not about you. But firstly, from a Kent supporter, I'm so glad to hear that Ollie is on the mend. Good luck, you deserve it after your bout of injuries. So nice words from Paul. His follow-up is quick single for Bell Drummond as he just nudges into the offside. He moves on to 161. Jack Leaning 4 not out, 372 for 3, leading by 135. Yeah, Paul Sumner goes on to say, secondly, if he gets the chance, can he ask Gareth Berg if he thought he was out on Saturday, as my son got him LBW in their Southern Premier League match, part of his 5 for 28. So a change of tone in the second half of that email. Are you getting your phone out to text Bergie? Yeah. Poor Gareth Berg, enjoying a sunny day, sending an email. Well, it's a good scalp to get, Paul. So in the book, it'll say LBW Sumner, and that's all that really matters. Although Ollie is doing your bidding and dropping Gareth Berg a message. Into that big vacant area behind the 2 men in the covers by Jack Leaning. Ray, who is probably our most regular contributor, is having a longer lunch because he's missed our chat earlier about Ollie's injuries, but he just says, when does Ollie envisage getting back to match fitness? Will this be shortly? And we said probably a matter of a few weeks before some second 11 cricket.
Yeah, I think hopefully. I think the 1st of August was the game that I was told there would be the turn to play targeted.
There you go, Ray. So not too long to wait. Oh, and Ben Sanderson zips one past Jack Lean's outside edge. We've just seen a couple in the last 2 overs. It's quite interesting, Ollie. Sometimes it happens with the Dukes as well, where actually it takes a couple of overs for the ball to start moving, where you need a bit of lack off. It seems to be similar with the Kookaburras. That yesterday it happened with Kent as well, where it was straight as a die for Wes Agar. He actually went for a few early on, and then he just started to get it to shape a little bit. But it didn't last long once it did start going, so I feel like you've got to make the most of it. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think, yeah, I mean, with this Kookaburra, it seems to be that it doesn't last long. It's, I was just laughing. I went to text Gareth and I had 3 messages from staff over there saying, "Face for radio, you."
That's stiff.
Yeah.
And they've sent you that insulting message, and you've done them the favour of not actually name and shaming them on the live stream as well. So you're too good for them.
Well, you're in good company with Faces for Radio.
Well,
I can't argue with that. I can't argue with it.
Ollie looks at Dan as if to go, well, Dan's quite
I was going to say, like, what are we putting ourselves down for? They're already doing it.
Well, Drummond just drops that one into the offside there and picks up another single. Just have me to listen to for a couple of minutes whilst the chaps destroy what's left of their ice cream cones that were delivered by George. Worth staying up in the commentary box for that, I would say. Jack White then to Jack Leaning, targeting those stumps again. It's currently wicketless Jack White, 19.2 overs, 4 maidens, none for 72. Encouragement coming from the Northants fielders, led by Lewis McManus behind the stumps. I think that's definitely interesting, Ollie.
I just literally saw it on my phone.
Assuming you're allowed to,
Well,
to share the information.
Yeah.
So this has come from
Nick Allen Head. Yeah.
Okay.
So my return to bowling program. We'll see the progression of it all.
So you're going through. So you're starting off with 12 overs. Is that per day or is that per week? Is it?
That's per week.
Per week. So 12 overs of 4 over spells then. At 25% effort. Is that right?
Yeah. So that's already started.
Okay.
And then we build up 50% week after, and back end of the next week 75%, and then you're sort of starting to build up. Then you get 2 full weeks at 100%, bowling around 20-25 overs, and then we're ready to go.
So that's the end of July, with those 25 overs at full whack, and
maybe some club cricket to get some overs in as well.
That's a really interesting insight, actually, in terms of that return for a bowler. How easy is it to know that you're bowling at, 25, 50%, and how difficult to sort of stop yourself getting carried away? And if it's feeling good,
I think it's all really governed by your symptoms and stuff. But one thing that Lorks, the head of S&C here, is really good at. We've got our GPS unit, so he can actually track what your intensity is.
Okay.
So, it's also sort of visible, and I think it's not like, oh my god, if you go 60%, you're in big trouble.
Yeah.
It's just a rough idea of working through the gears, basically.
And do you have to, as much as you get given that plan, is there an element of having to sort of listen to your body a bit? If you pull up sore...
Yeah, definitely. So that was the start of the message. It said,
I should go
obviously
to
governed
sports
by
science.
symptoms. Yeah. That's basically the plan. Because we tried to do this return to bowling weeks ago. My thing's still cutting out again.
I think it's cutting out our end, but I don't think it's cutting out actually on the live stream.
Right. Yeah, and then straight away the symptoms came back. So then actually it was like, okay, we'll hold off again. Whereas today went well, so fingers crossed that continues.
And in terms of those symptoms, is it, so we've all had kind of, or lots of us had backache. Is it like that, or is it more of an acute sore?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, as a bowler, you're used to aches and pains everywhere. You're never really 100% fit, but especially when you haven't been bowling and it becomes very evident where sort of hot spot is, so you can feel it.
Lovely shot down the ground by Daniel Drummond. We've seen a few of those in this monster innings from the Kent man. And that's another lovely on drive down the ground, just taking advantage of slight error in length from Ben Sanderson, who looks disconsolately down at the ground.
I don't think you'll mind that comparison between Sanderson and Anderson.
Who, Jimmy?
Either.
Yeah.
I think your point was well backed up by the chap that we picked up on our effects mic there, supporting Daniel Drummond. Certainly sounds like there's a fair few have travelled from the south of England. It's each of those milestones that Kent have passed today have been greeted quite warmly by rounds of applause from around the ground, haven't they?
Yeah, I've seen a few replica shirts around the ground on my lunchtime walks. Sorry, Ollie, I cut you off there.
No, yeah, I was probably saying something boring. So.
No, not at all. You were the difference between the kind of aches and pains and the...
No. When you sort of into an injury like that,
Okay.
As I said, you bowl through aches and pains, and a lot of the time they sort of come and go. But yeah, when you only really go for a scan or something if it's like, this is really, I can't bowl.
Yeah. Okay.
Or it's really affecting my bowling.
That's interesting. So you sort of the aches and pains, or the messaging from the medical team is, well, if you're able to run in and bowl, but it's a bit sore, well, that's just one part of the job.
I don't know. I don't want to do the science and medicine team a disservice. There's definitely
that kept low from Ben Sanderson, just tailed in. Ollie mentioned Ben Sanderson looking to bring it in to the right-hander, and if you can get him to come in and keep low, then he'll be bringing LBW into the equation.
I was just wondering if that was a little knuckleball or something.
Potentially run his fingers down the side of it.
We get a replay in there?
I think we can get replays if we ask nicely.
Too busy eating their ice creams.
Yeah.
There's no way they've lasted that long over that side of the building.
No, the message is not just bowl until you can't bowl.
Yeah.
It's, there's constant conversations going on, managing niggles and things like that. But I think when you're heading off to the MRI scanner, it's
not good news.
It's never really.
Well, there's the insignia of Kent. It's been tied up in the Jackson Grundy.
Northampton have done well, haven't they? At the end of that first ball and then the start of this new one, Jack Leaning, they've restricted him to 6 off 38, and feels like Daniel Drummond has just slowed slightly, or at least not been on. They've managed to keep him off strike, which has been good. So Northamptonshire applying a little bit of pressure back on Kent, and Ollie's just had a bit of a chuckle to himself, so I wonder whether he's just had another abusive message from the other side of the ground.
Yeah, another one, just loads of Zs, sleeping emoji.
Well,
I dread to think what
everyone's
they
welcome to come and have a go.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm a bit worried about what they say about us two, Sam, to be honest.
No, I think they're just trying to wind me up, to be honest.
They probably don't tune in unless.
Yeah.
But yeah, to back up your point, Dan. So the run rate is 4.2 for the innings, but the last 5 overs, 2.32, which shows you the impact this new ball and some tight bowling from White and Sanderson has had. Shout for OW, but it was a big inside edge on to pad from Jack Leaning. Jack White knew that pretty much straight away. It's got an interesting stance, hasn't he, Jack Leaning? Sort of like Graham Gooch.
Yeah.
Standing up with the bat.
Bairstow sort of set up like that for a bit, didn't he?
He did. And there are the chief harassers of Ollie Sale up there. We've got them on camera, so names will be taken down.
I don't think it was those two, actually. They look like having a serious conversation.
Lovely shot from Jack Leaning, probably his first really expansive shot of his short innings so far. I say short innings, that's his 41st delivery, but the first time he's really been able to free his arms. Up in the air for a little bit. I think Jack White would have done well to get a hand to that. Yeah, it's
almost a chance, that.
Yeah, it would have been a stunning catch.
Yeah, Jack looked annoyed at himself, but he would have done well to get there.
Difficult to, because Jack White does also have a very pronounced follow through away to the offside, doesn't he? Like more than a lot of people. We've seen him so many times this season when he's got one to zip past the edge or had a catch put down in the slips, he just carries on going towards point.
Yeah, Jack could have probably had a few more wickets this year.
I was just about to say, I think he's had 19 wickets, hasn't he? I think in the championship this season, going at 26.5, and I think probably so disappointed he never got his fingers underneath the last one just to do anything to add a few more to his tally. As you say, if those stats had read that he'd picked up 30 wickets this season, you wouldn't have found that an unbelievable statement at all.
No, I think he's bowled brilliantly, to be honest. Luck will have to turn at some point.
Does have a, cricket does have a funny way of, you go through periods of bad luck and then suddenly it'll all. I feel like Jack White's been waiting quite a long time for that sort of hot streak this summer. So will you play some club cricket up here when you come back, Ollie? Have you been assigned a club?
I haven't been assigned a club, so if anyone's listening and
there you go,
need a pro for the weekend, well, not sure when I'll be allowed, but hopefully at some point there'll be an opportunity to play some club cricket.
Does it have to be in Northamptonshire, or are you prepared to travel to the south coast? I reckon I could probably squeeze you in on a Saturday.
If the expenses are included, then
well, I can give you a lift down there.
No, I'm open to anywhere, to be honest.
Well, George, our producer, says Burton Latimer Town could do with the seam.
To be honest, that means nothing to me.
It's Div 6 and we can't pay, but our opening bat bakes a great millionaire shortbread. Well, that would be a big confidence boost in Div 6. Although actually I reckon you'd probably get none because they'd all just fly past the outside edge.
You can't take wickets in Division 6. I'm not sure I've got much of a chance of.
Rob Keogh is going to have a go with this 8-over old ball. An interesting introduction of finger spin quite early in the piece with the new ball.
What are you chuckling away at? Is some comments coming through or something?
He's bowled in through the gate. An absolute beauty. First ball of Rob Keogh's spell with this relatively new ball, and he's got one to turn through the gate, and Jack Leaning has gone for 11. Check this out.
Oh, beauty.
That has turned a mile.
That's Graham Swan-esque, wasn't it?
Well, Jack Leaning, I think he's not quite sure what happened there. Well, he got an absolute beauty.
Well, it's been turn on offer out there, hasn't there, for the spinners throughout this game. Kadri yesterday, Alex Russell today, and
Have we had any spin from the David Capel end so far?
Kadri, I'm certain. No, Alex Russell had a bowl from
Yes,
for
that's
David
right.
Capel end earlier today. But that harder seam
Yeah.
has just gripped into that surface just a little bit more maybe than what we saw with that older ball. And yeah, Rob Keogh served up an absolute peach of a delivery to Jack Leaning, and he's got to wonder what he's done wrong to be on the end of that one.
I don't think anyone was expecting it to turn that much.
No.
I haven't seen any done that aggressively. But yeah, as you say, that new ball must have just tripped.
And there aren't the same footholds at this end that there are at the other end for Rob Keogh. Or the ones that, what I'm trying to say is that they're sort of outside the right-handers.
Yeah,
I think
stump,
what I was chatting to the bowling coach Chris Little at lunch. He was saying that the left-hand side of the wicket going that way, so to the right-hander, is actually a bit greener, whereas the seam is coming this way is a bit strawier.
Yes, that's a really
so
good
actually,
point.
maybe that's helped with the spin. Just that's lack of grass.
That's a good observation. You can see that on the just about on the pitches, but certainly live here at the ground. The sign of the leg side of the wicket for the right-hander has got some live grass on it, and the offside, particularly here at the Lynn Wilson Centre end of the ground, is much barer. And look at that for a delivery, perfect off-spinner's delivery, right? Jordan Cox is the new man. Oh, my word! And Rob Keogh has got it on a string, tossing it up wide outside off stump and almost getting that one to turn even further. I tell you what, that is ragging.
That went more than the one before.
Yeah. Well, in the short term, great news for Rob Keogh. I suppose the only thing is that Northampton will be thinking, well, Hamidullah Kadri bowling his offies will also be licking his lips at the prospect of he bowls, well, his natural ball, Hamidullah Kadri, is much flatter than Rob Keogh's, I think, and he's not as tall. Nonetheless, he'll be encouraged.
Yeah, I think Kadri yesterday looked so dangerous because of the drift that he was getting across the ground with that breeze coming up over the pavilion, wasn't he? That's what looked like, mate. He kind of really benefited from yesterday.
Drummond uses his feet to negate that spin, pushes down the ground. Yeah, and he did struggle slightly when he was tossing up to just hit a good length. He was bowling a little bit full. Round of applause, hearty round of applause for Rob Keogh after that breakthrough.
Yeah, and Jack White's going to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. I wonder how tempted Luke Proctor might have been to have looked at Alex Russell from the Lynn Wilson centre end, having just seen that ball from Rob Keogh turn quite so violently. I think there was a bit of a glance, wasn't there, between Proctor and Russell there as Jack White got to the end of his mark. I don't know whether I saw Russell just point to himself as in me. So I don't know whether we're that far away from leg spin, but Jack White's going to carry on. He's going to bowl targeting the stumps of Daniel Drummond. You might have spotted the Northants fielder or Northants player doing, they call it 12ths in the trade. 12thers. Doing 12thers was George Weldon. He's back bowling as well at the moment with a remodelled action. Is he someone that you've spent a bit of time with?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, no, he's settled in really well. Both him and George Gowler. Both playing in the second team at the moment. George Weldon's been desperate to play. He's been going through this remodelling. I think very excited to get out there. Got a few wickets, I think I saw in his first outing, so
There he is. So
Concentrating on the game.
I reckon he's probably tweeting you or something.
Yeah.
Good line from Jack White attacking those stumps. So is that bowling action been remodelled because of injury as well, or is that a preventative measure?
I think probably a bit of both.
Yeah.
There's some ankle issues over the winter, and yeah, I think they sort of highlighted it earlier, especially while he's new to the staff and sort of building up some experience. They thought it was the right time to make that sort of correction.
Yeah. Flicked off the pads by Bell Drummond and fantastically fielded by Sam Whiteman down on the leg side boundary. He restricts that to 3 and saves his team 1. Bell Drummond moves to 171. I suppose, well, obviously you're a new face here at Wantage Road, but with the career that you've had so far, the difficulties that you've gone through, and obviously what you've gone through so far this season as well, for those younger lads, George in particular, going through his remodelling and the injury, you must be able to provide an awful lot of kind of support and knowledge and encouragement for the young lad that actually things do get better and you will find yourself back out there again.
Yeah, definitely. I think sort of getting to that age now, I have a few pals I can share. Not as many as
at 27, right?
Not as many as Sando, but no, yeah, trying to be, adding value where I can, but yeah, still got to go through the process of those injuries to really understand how you best deal with them. Yeah. But everyone goes through all the phases. You sort of start off denying that it's even real. You're like, I'm fine, I'll get through it, and then there's sort of sad, and then there's, well, I'm gonna get back, and then you're at peace with it. So
yeah.
it's like almost like grief. You sort of go through those emotions. I think no matter how many injuries you've had, you still...
They're no less frustrating, are they? The new one that might be around the corner, regardless of what sport you play or what you do.
Yeah.
Because whether you're a professional or an amateur, the only thing you want to be doing is playing.
Exactly. Well, I'm glad I don't play rugby, because you never know where your next injury is coming from.
I was never allowed to play rugby.
Yeah.
Rob Keogh then is going to carry on from the David Capel end, following that successful over, picking up the wicket of Jack Leaning. Daniel Bell Drummond on 174. A flighted delivery from Keogh. Certainly feels like there's a bit more of a buzz out there.
Sense something's going to happen, can't you?
It's kind of felt like the wicket, the big turn, has got everybody excited. The pressure that Northants have built since taking that second new ball. The dive from Sam Whiteman on the boundary, the ball before to restrict Bell Drummond to 3, shorter from Keogh, and that's been turned around the corner. It's going to be a big chase for, I think, Alex Russell. He's not going to win. So it's going to be 4 more added to the score. Loose one from Rob Keogh from the David Capel end, and then at the end of the Jack White over, this one turned into the leg side that Jack White himself was desperate to do the fielding off. So it certainly feels like there's been a bit of a turn for Northamptonshire. Bit of positivity. Half an appeal from Lewis McManus from behind the stumps.
These houses must have so many cricket balls in their gardens.
Well, I think the ones past the coffee van, which, if we can get those on camera, that's the ones that Chris Lynn was depositing.
It's on the doorbell,
balls. Yeah,
that's the ring doorbell.
One of those ones. Oh, sharp turn again from Keogh, but well played by Daniel Bell Drummond, which will bring up Kent's 400. in the 95th over. 401 for 4. Yeah, I've got a feeling it's the... Do you see the one with the... almost, I guess, what would be kind of a French balcony just to the right of the Dafabet signage as we look at it? I think that's the garden where the cricket balls were deposited and were picked up by the Ring doorbell. I mean, I'm curious as to know why there's a Ring doorbell on the back of someone's house. They are normally associated to the front door, aren't they?
Yeah.
But either way, that's where they were picked up. But that has brought about tea. So 32 overs remaining in the day. Kent are 401 for 4. Jordan Cox is 3 not out. And Daniel Bell Drummond, the mainstay of this Kent innings, is 180 not out of 292 balls. Rob Keogh picked up the wicket of Jack Leaning just before tea. And we will take a break. And we'll be back after the interval. Welcome back, everybody. Evening session here in Northampton. Kent resume 401 for 4. Daniel Bell-Drummond 180 not out, and Jordan Cox new to the crease on 3. Northamptonshire took the new ball about 10, 11 overs ago, I think. I think it was 84, wasn't it?
11 overs hold the new ball, yeah.
I can see that because it's got brackets next to it. Hey, no, don't miss a trick, do you? 32 overs remain in the day. We were joined during the afternoon session by the fantastic Ollie Sale, who is recovering from injury, and hopefully we will be seeing him on the field in the not too distant future. And Alex Russell will be bowling the first over of the evening session from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Those encouraging signs of turn from Rob Keogh picking up the wicket of Jack Leaning at the end of the afternoon session has prompted Luke Proctor to throw the ball to his leggy. Just a quick note as well, Sam Vasconcelos is under the lid at short leg and safe save is at mid wicket, so I think that's a opportunity for Luke Proctor to throw the ball towards safe in this evening session without having to derobe all of the bits and bobs that you need to field at short leg. So turn on offer. Northampton will be looking to pick up as many quick wickets as possible here. Good start from Alex Russell as well. They lead by 164. Now Sam as well. Business as usual from Kent, or do you think they push anything along here? As Jordan Cox goes for the reverse sweep and picks up 4 on the second ball after tee.
Well, if the ball is starting to turn and you're going to get maybe the odd one that does what it did for Rob Keogh, then probably start to think what might be worth playing some shots rather than suddenly just getting one that is unplayable. I think they'll have a look to begin with. Of course, they've got Daniel Bell-Drummond not out on 180. Whether he will be the man that decides to up things and let people kind of play at their own pace at the other end, like that reverse sweep from Jordan Cox. I mean, in the old days you'd say, oh, there's a batsman looking to do funky things, but it's these guys are so good at playing it now. It allows the right-hander to play with the spin to the left, to the leg spinner. Just great percentage shot, really, isn't it, when you've got that big gap at point and backward point.
Absolutely. A flighted delivery and down the ground. Well picked up by Luke Proctor at mid-off, so he saves his team a couple of runs.
I liked, was it Ian who sent his message in about sneaking his radio into court when he was a lot prosecutor?
Yeah.
It's been our sort of topic for the day. The lengths you've gone to follow a cricket match in places where it's not the easiest to do. And as you all know by now, 2 ways of getting in touch. Twitter.
You're pointing at me, Sam.
Well,
I don't know what
for. I was going to do a little double team. Where I go,
sorry, and email.
Well, no, Twitter, and then you go at Northampton.
Oh, no, I've completely missed the open goal there, Sam.
2 ways you can get in touch with us. Twitter.
At NorthamptonCCC.
And email.
Stream at nccc.co.uk.
There we go.
Said with some confidence. Tom Taylor is going to bowl from the David Capel end, trying to generate a few more footholds at that end of the ground for Alex Russell to bowl into. So Tom Taylor so far, 20 overs, 1 maiden, none for 85. You'd have thought really by the end of June with the commentary that we've done, we'd be a little bit more seamless than that, wouldn't you? But driven down the ground for no run. Clearly I wasn't picking up what you were putting down, that was the problem.
But yes, do get in touch with your the lengths you've gone to follow a particular game of cricket, but indeed any thoughts on this game in progress here on the stream. Game in general, whether you're a Kent fan, a Northants fan, or a neutral. Let us know where you're watching from. It's interesting that, so obviously Rob Keogh bowled from this end, the David Capel end, at just before tea. It's almost like that was kind of a filling role, and he ended up bowling that absolute beauty, because Tom Taylor had bowled quite a long spell when the ball was old, and so he couldn't come back straight away. So it almost was a bit of an accidental, or a fill-in role. But Rob Keogh did a great job, didn't he, in picking up that wicket?
He did indeed. Absolute jaffer of a delivery as well from Rob Keogh. Like a prime, I think, was it you or Ollie Sale compared him to a prime Graham Swan?
Yeah, good description of that delivery. Yeah, the scorecard so far, Ben Compton was the first man to go for 4, bowled Sanderson. And we had that mammoth second wicket partnership. Which was 218 runs for the second wicket between Tuanda Muyeye and Daniel Bell Drummond. Muyeye was the man who fell to break, or to have that partnership broken. He was caught. Sanderson bowled Alex Russell. That gave Alex Russell his maiden first-class wicket. And then Joe Denley caught Sam Whiteman, bowled Alex Russell out in the deep. And then that beauty to get rid of Jack Leaning for 11 off Rob Keogh, bowled by Rob Keogh. And Daniel Bell Drummond, 181 not out. So basically, if you don't get 150, you're not getting any.
Yeah, I think Ben Compton, Joe Denley and Jack Leaning are probably looking at that pitch and that scorecard, wondering what they've done wrong. Because Daniel Bell Drummond and Tuanda Muyeye certainly look like they've batted at a different venue so far. And this over, as Bell Drummond picks up a single off the last ball of the over, well fielded by Safe Saib.
It often happens, doesn't it? It's so difficult when you've been sat there for hour after hour with your pads on, and then finally you get your go and you go cheaply. It's just one of those things where it must be actually pretty draining to be sat up on the player's balcony.
Yeah, and in this situation as well that Kent find themselves in, if you go out there to open your account, you've got to start positively as well, haven't you? They're in a position of ascendancy. They've got 7 bonus points so far throughout the game, and they're in a position to really push the game on, so you can't really afford to go out there and give yourself a massive amount of time to get started. The way that Muyeye and Bell Drummond were getting on with it. Shorter from Russell and worked out to the fielder on the deep point boundary for a single. Kind of felt in that last over, Tom Taylor, that Bell Drummond was actively being more aggressive as well. Some bigger drives, a couple of more aggressive cut shots that went straight to fielders. Lowy from Alex Russell. Good take by Lewis McManus, as that one didn't really bounce to the height that we would have expected. Defended this time. Stream here at Northamptonshire, powered by Daffabet. It's been a good day for Kent and a good day for the Kent supporters, a few of which have made the long journey up to Northampton. Well, I suppose it's not massively long, is it? But long enough.
Pretty long way from Canterbury, especially when you've got to contend with the M25 and the M1.
Always a delight.
Jordan Cox has been best known for his white ball exploits. He's played some games for England, hasn't he, this winter?
He has indeed.
Played a few franchise tournaments.
Big appeal for LBW, but it's hit him outside the line of leg stump. Fuller ball from Russell to finish his 22nd over. Not much going for that, I don't think, but he's picked up 2 wickets so far in this innings. Jordan Cox was the he was the fielder, wasn't he, at finals day? With that absolute Superman effort in front of the Hollies.
Yeah, got him the nickname Air Jordan, didn't it?
Original.
Yeah, he scored 100 at Chelmsford, Canterbury last time out for Kent, as they set what they thought was going to be an insurmountable target for Surrey. Jordan Cox making 133, and he and his colleagues set Surrey 500 to win. Surrey knocked it off 5 wickets down. 501 to win, and they did it 5 wickets down.
Yeah, slightly different state of the game here, isn't it, with Kent, the team having to bat last if it was to get that far. But I wonder whether there would be any scarring in place from that kind of result that they were on the wrong end of against Surrey. And are they a bit more cautious when it comes to this first innings than what potentially they were a couple of weeks ago?
That's an interesting point.
Just a bit of tail into the body of Daniel Drummond there from Tom Taylor. Wicketless so far in this innings. The Northants pace bowler. Left alone. They don't swing for all that long, do they, these new kookaburras? But I did promise you, didn't I, about what the ECB are going to do to measure the information that they gather throughout these couple of games. And as I mentioned earlier, they're going to be analysed in 4 pillars, which sounds quite corporate, doesn't it? But information and data, or data, depending on whether you're Australian or not. It's pulled past the fielder at mid-wicket, and that's going to be another 4 for Daniel Drummond. He moves to 187. Ball behaviour, performance and qualitative. So to start with information and data, it goes on to say that we as in the ECB will spend time to contextualise the data. We need to look at all factors that might contribute to the data we get from the trials. As an example, we'll look at this like pitch preparation. If pitches in these rounds have more slash less grass defended successfully, then we have to factor that into the results. We will also look at pitch ratings. So that's one way they're going to analyse these couple of games. Ball behaviour is the second, where it goes on to say that we will use the data we get from the iHawk cameras, which is what you're seeing from the end-to-end cameras here at Northamptonshire as we see our first four-legged friend of the stream down in the Jackson Grundy. No, it isn't. I apologise. The iHawk cameras are the ones that the umpires are wearing to give us the host of data. So they're the ones that we pointed out earlier today that you can see on the umpires, although I don't think they're wearing them now. Such as pace, seam movement, bounce and spin. This will be the most objective source of information that we can ascertain. Alex Russell to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Jordan Cox on strike, he's on 8. Swept out to fielder Sam Whiteman on the leg side. Performance, this will be the weakest source of information, but also one that is most readily available. Things like average score, bowling figures, batting scores and volume of spin can easily be found, but there is cause and effect. Those can depend on the situation of the match. The makeup of the team, overhead conditions, how long the game lasts. As this is a small sample size, we'll have to measure those performances against performances across the whole season. Another reason for longer analysis time. And the last one is qualitative, and they will survey the players, coaches and DOC to understand their thoughts. We'll do this in the weeks after the trial. Short and up into the leg side, and 4 more for Daniel Bell Drummond, who moves into the 190s. 193 not out now for the Kent batter. He's 193 off 309 deliveries. Kent moved to 420. So yeah, there you go. If you're interested in what the ECB are going to do with the results on the back end of these couple of games, now you know. Short again, pulled into the leg side. Bit of deja vu there. 4 more for Daniel Bell Drummond. He moves to 197. 3 away now from a double 100 here at Wantage Road. And a change of angle for Alex Russell. He's going to come over the wicket. Defended back down the pitch to Alex Russell. Left well alone to finish. The leg spinner's over. 100 overs gone now in this Kent first innings. 424 for 4 the score. Bell Drummond, as I say, 3 runs away from a double 100, and I think the young man in the green cap might be feeling, or he might be the definition, I think, of how many of the Northants fans that might be feeling at the moment.
Yeah, he's seen enough. Quick shout for to Will Bass, who's said some very kind words about the stream and how much he has enjoyed Daniel Bell Drummond's fantastic innings. So thanks for getting in touch, Will. And also to Charlie Stokes, who has just got in for the day and has turned on the stream. Another Kent fan. And very pleased to have you all with us. I think you had an email from was it Thomas earlier, Dan, who had quite a good little anecdote about his attempts to get his girlfriend into cricket.
I did, yeah. So again, enjoying the coverage from Thomas. So thank you for getting in touch, and thank you for your kind words as well. And he does go on to provide some information with regards to his efforts to convert his girlfriend into a cricket fan. So Thomas goes on to say that he's a big Kent fan, has been trying to get my girlfriend into cricket, or sorry, trying to get my girlfriend, not a cricket fan, into cricket. How successfully, I'm unsure. Besides being asked who's winning a few times, I personally loved her comment, so there's only 30.2 minutes left yesterday. To her disappointment, I explained that in fact there was 30.2 overs left, and I would be watching for another few hours at least. It's yeah, a fair few hours of cricket left when there's 30.2 overs left in the day. It's outside half of the bat for Daniel Bell Drummond. He picks up a single and moves to 198.
I think, Thomas, you should be celebrating the fact that she's showing an interest, and I hope you're giving kind explanations as to how things really work. Always great to have new people coming to the game. But the who is winning question is one that anyone who is talking to someone who's new to cricket struggles with, isn't it? Although in this game, at the moment, I'd feel fairly confident in my answer.
Yeah, I think you'd be able to give a fair assessment of the situation, wouldn't you? Short from Tom Taylor, and Jordan Cox gets underneath that one. Successfully. Free after tea here at Wantage Road as well, so if you are in the vicinity listening to the live stream and you think, actually I don't want to listen to these two anymore and I fancy coming down and sitting in the sunshine, then you can of course do so. We've got 26.2 overs left in the day, so another couple of hours of cricket to go yet. So if you are nearby and you fancy sitting in the sunshine and watching the cricket, you're more than welcome. That's pulled into the leg side. I think that's going to beat Alex Russell out on the boundary. That's going to be 4 for Jordan Cox. He moves to 14. 430 for Kent.
Yeah, they're scoring at a decent lick, these two. The partnership already worth 44. And that is in just 8.4 overs since the last wicket. So Kent going along at a good pace.
Shouts of 2 for Jordan Cox, and they'll pick that up quite comfortably. So 2 more added. And Daniel Bell Drummond will be on strike for the next over. Just 2 away from a double 100 for Kent. Bell Drummond's highest first-class score, Sam, in his 146. Oh, cry! I'm not doing very well here, am I? In his 146 match career, is 206 not out.
I'll have that firmly in his sights.
So 2 away from the double 100, and then the further 9 away from a new personal record. It's cut away, and that's in front of the fielder on the boundary. Daniel Bell Drummond will come back for 2. High fives Jordan Cox on his way to make his double 100. Huge celebrations from the Kent batter, who has been brilliant. 200 not out, 314 deliveries, striking at 63.7, 24s. And Jordan Cox runs down the other end to celebrate with his teammate. And the Kent dressing room to their feet to celebrate with Daniel. It's been, well, we spoke so complimentary about Tawanda Muyeye earlier today, and I think Daniel Bell Drummond, Sam, deserves the same level of plaudits at least.
Yeah.
it's probably slightly kind of less flashy innings, and I mean that as a compliment to Muyeye. You know, this has been a bit more of a steadily built innings, although still good strike rate. But the staying power to go on and score a double hundred, extremely impressive. He's already got, this is already his highest championship score, that 206 not out. I think coming against the Loughborough students when those games were still first class, so a maiden championship double century. My quick search online suggests. But he would love to have a new first class highest, wouldn't he?
Certainly would. Well bowled by Alex Russell.
And whereas Muyeye was, I think, particularly strong on those back foot punches and pulls, the shots that stick in my mind from this Drummond innings were those on drives, straight drives. Played those beautifully, anything full of length, and he latched onto.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So the Kent man, 203 not out as he takes a quick drink. Said 4 runs away from what would be his highest first class score, beating that 206 not out against Loughborough. Change of bowling from the David Capel end. Jack White is back into the attack. He's replacing Tom Taylor, who has bowled 23 overs, 1 maiden, none for 98. Alex Russell, 24 overs, 2 for 117. I think he's done a really good job for Northamptonshire here, Sam.
Yeah, I think very encouraging signs for the young leg spinner. He'll probably be a little, the only frustration is probably the balls he's dragged down, but in tough circumstances, he's, you know, certainly not being hit around the park. You look at his economy, it's no worse than some of the seamers, which for a leg spinner, when your side is up against it, is in itself not a bad achievement. And yeah, plenty to be excited about for Northamptonshire fans about Alex Russell, particularly if spinners are given a more prominent role in English domestic cricket in the seasons to come.
Running really hard now. The Kent pair really doing what they can to turn the screw here on Northamptonshire. Jack White, the 22 overs, 4 maidens, none for 85. Vasconcelos in at first slip, and sweepers on both the off and the leg side. Big appeal for LBW. Jack White's just rolled his fingers over the top of that, I think, as it's come back into Daniel Drummond. Umpire says not out. Just outside the line, Sam, I think.
Yeah, benefit of the doubt. Might have been umpire's call on DRS, but can't argue too much with that decision. But good ball from Jack White, just nipping back at a man on 203 and beating his inside edge.
Yep, and I think probably those cutters, the slower balls that we've seen, or the cutters in particular, I suppose, would be part of that skill set that the ECB is kind of hoping that this 2-week trial kind of brings to the forefront. We know these seamers now have got various different deliveries in their locker with playing different formats. I suppose that's the part of the challenge.
One or two balls particularly from this, when the bowling's from this end, where it is currently the David Capel end. A little bit of variable bounce. I think that will start to come into the equation a little more, and Kent will be, yeah, it seems an obvious thing to say, but very, very happy with where they are in this game, because I think they've had the best of the batting conditions. Northamptonshire didn't make the most of their opportunity to to bat in favourable conditions, and I think it's only going to get harder to bat from now on as the bounce becomes a bit more variable and as the spin starts to come into play a bit more. So it'll be very interesting to see what Kent, I think you made a really good point, Dan. They will want to bat once, won't they? Get as many as they can here. You'd think they'd probably want at least another 150.
I think so. And there's still loads of time left, isn't there? So another 150 isn't going to take that much time out of the game in terms of forcing a positive result. It's going to be 2 more for Drummond at the end of that Jack White over, so he moves to 205. And there will, I'd be very surprised if there wasn't a little bit of a hangover in place from that Surrey game. We thought we put ourselves in a really good position to win that game. We came out on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, and it's the same bowling attack, isn't it? Quinn, Singh, Agar, Kadri. As the county ground is bathed in late afternoon sunshine once more. You're watching live pictures from Wantage Road, powered by Daffabet. Jordan Cox has just made his way onto 18 from just 22 balls without sort of really capturing too much of our attention, but played a couple of nice sweep shots and just run hard, pick the gaps. All those white ball skills of picking up runs almost every ball. This is an ideal situation for someone like Jordan Cox to play a cameo after Drummond and Muyeye's leading role. They've already put on 57 for this 5th wicket in no time at all. Dragged down and hit up in the air and all the way. Bit of a gimme for Jordan Cox. That has been the one criticism really of Alex Russell's bowling, is the tendency to drag the occasional ball down. It's a very, very difficult art, leg spin. Trying to get as many revs on the ball as possible. The danger is you do just drag that ball down. Ken have been pretty good at latching onto them. That one's tossed up. And this time, hit straight back past the bowler by Jordan Cox, who has taken 10 off the last 2 balls and brings up 450 for the visitors and maximum batting bonus points. 5 of them well inside the 110 over cut-off. Just shows you how freely they've been able to score. 450 runs in 103.5 overs. At 4.4 runs an over. $12 off the over. And Luke Proctor is having a little word with Alex Russell and a pat on the back as if to say, Thank you, Alex. We'll give you a little rest there. So, might anticipate a change of bowling for the Lynn Wilson centre end. Jack White will continue from the David Capel end. So it'd be interesting to hear what Kent fans and indeed Northants fans feel that Kent will be looking to do. What will they want to get as a lead in this first innings? Do they have a time in mind where they feel they need to get out? And from shots like that, it suggests they are looking to just push things along. Daniel Bell Drummond comes down the track, hits it over cow corner for 4, and in the process has a new first-class high score, 210 not out, beating the 206 not out he made against the Loughborough students some years ago. But yeah, that was a statement of intent, that shot, Dan, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a nice shot. So we saw that over against Tom Taylor, didn't he, where he looked a lot more positive after tee. And obviously, Jordan Cox has just taken Alex Russell for 12 off the last over. So they've got all the points they can possibly get now. They've got 6 wickets left. They've got all-rounder Joey Everson, who's having a good season with the bat as well, isn't he, to come next?
Yeah. Yeah, Joey Everson has had a great season with the bat, but he's usually been coming in with Kent in some trouble. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do with the freedom. Oh, and Daniel Bell Drummond takes one in the abdomen. Don't often see Jack White. Oh gosh, right in the solar plexus.
Yeah, I think that, as you say, you don't often see it. I think that just highlights the pace of the pitch, really, doesn't it? It's almost beaten Daniel Bell Drummond, who's faced 328 deliveries for lack of pace.
100%. And I think, yeah, we're seeing that variable pace and bounce coming into the piece more and more. Yeah, Joey Everson has been coming in at sort of 95 for 5 and scores like that. And he'll have great freedom to play, you know, aggressively from the start, which he kind of does anyway, counter-attacking.
Yeah, I mean, he's 347 runs this season at an average of 38.5.
What's his strike rate so far this season?
Let me find out for you, sir. I mean, we're saying this, we might not even see him bat.
Too short from Jack White, and given the treatment by Jordan Cox, who is taking no prisoners with his approach to the short delivery.
57.83 is Joey Everson's strike rate this summer.
Sat up and asked to be hit through the gap between the man at mid-wicket and deep square leg.
Next thing for Daniel Bell Drummond to have his eye on will be Joe Clark's 229 not out this season in the Championship, which came for Nottinghamshire against Warwickshire on the 11th of June.
That's the highest score, is it?
That's the highest score of the season so far.
Is that Division 1 or across both divisions?
That is just Division 1. So that was 229 not out off 365 balls.
Can I charge you with finding out the top score in Div 2? Be just interested to see if it's going to be the highest score of... I can't think of a higher score, can you?
Not off the top of my head. And then 462 for 4 in this game is currently the 6th highest score of the Championship season for a team this year as well. 464 takes them past Notts into 5th place. Highest score some way off, 571 for 9 declared by Warwickshire.
That's Div 1 again.
That's Div 1
Yeah.
again, yeah.
Rob Keogh will replace Alex Russell at the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Alex Russell getting a bit of tap in his previous over. Can Rob Keogh do from this end after bowling that wonder ball to get rid of Jack Leaning just before the tea interval?
Jake Libby holds the highest score in Division 2, which came in a day, didn't it, against Sussex, 198 down
Okay.
at Hove, on the same 11th of June round as Jake Libby.
As Joe Clark. Is that what you're saying? Same round as Joe Clark got
Yeah,
that? Yeah.
yeah. And I mean, the highest total in Division 2 is that 737 by Glamorgan against Sussex down at Hove as well.
Oh, keeps low. And for a moment, Rob Keogh thought he got through Daniel Bell Drummond's defences. Something that no one has managed to do so far in this 330 ball innings. Looking threatening, Rob Keogh. Sorry, what was Joe Clark's score, Dan?
229 not out, I think. I'll double check.
Cute from Daniel Bell Drummond, just dinked down to 3rd for a couple.
.229 not out, yeah.
Little wave from Safe Zabe down in front of us at long on. Shorter from Keogh and pulled out to Sam Whiteman.
Who's he waving at you?
Well, I waved at him.
Oh,
and he
okay.
was polite enough to wave back.
Acknowledge.
Yeah, would have been embarrassing otherwise, wouldn't it? Safe! Safe!
Was it the meerkats?
It's,
Alan!
that's, oh yeah, well there's that, and then there's also Alan Partridge. isn't
Yeah.
there? Dan! Oh, well, I'll tell you what, I think Jordan Cox might have been in bother there if Lewis McManus had hit, but in the end he scampers through for a single. Jordan Cox, I think scamper is quite a good description of the way Jordan Cox runs between wickets. He's sort of that pocket rocket, isn't he?
I think that's fair.
Rob Keogh giving this ball every chance to spin. He's seeking for that one that did what it did to Jack Leaning as he tosses it right up. Bit of a sort of Jeremy Snape style moon ball.
Yeah, Daniel Bell Drummond's gone past 400 runs for the year as well.
Yeah, this is certainly going to help the average this innings. 5 from Rob Keogh's first over of his new spell. Kent now 467 for 4, leading by 230. The partnership now worth 81. By my calculations, that 81 run partnership has come in 13.5 overs, which is 83 balls, so something approaching a run a ball in this, the second biggest partnership of the innings so far. Jack White continuing from the David Capel end. Just down in front of the commentary box I can see Kent's head coach Matt Walker with Harry Finch and Jack Leaning, both, well, all three of them with big smiles on their faces as you'd expect. Bossing the game at the moment are Kent. Jack White with his ring field and then 3 men out on the boundary, one of whom is Alex Russell, who manages to save a 4 with a diving stop out there at deep square leg. Then Sanderson at long leg. And then the third of the men out on the onside boundary is at deep mid-wicket, and they've also got a deep point as Jack White persists with his short ball strategy. Another short ball. A little bit of a tired shot from Daniel Drummond, who doesn't quite get over to the offside to play the shot he would have liked to have played. Oh, good hand from Safe Sabe. Saves 4 runs.
It's really important to keep those levels high, isn't it, in these kind of situations? Northamptonshire have thrown everything they possibly can at Kent in this innings and could quite easily find themselves in a position where minds start to wander. But Safe Sabe keeping the standards high in the field.
Jack Leaning, who's walking down in front of us here in the commentary box, has got a bucket hat on. I noticed Luke Proctor had a bucket hat when you spoke to him last night.
I did.
Dan, it's all the rage, isn't it, in the summer of baseball?
Yeah, I was thinking about...
Second summer of baseball.
Second summer, yeah. I was thinking about adopting one, but I kind of felt like the headset might not fit with the floppy side of it. Would go over the ears, wouldn't it? So...
Well,
it's my excuse
put
anyway.
the request in. Couple of Northants bucket hats.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We've had an ice cream, Sam. Let's not get carried away.
Rob Keogh continues. There is an air of Northants waiting for the declaration, really, isn't there? It's defensive fields. Kent just picking up singles at will with occasional boundary in between, and that's dabbed down.
Do you think we will see a declaration tonight then, Sam? Still plenty of time left, isn't there? What was it, 19.4 overs left in the day, which clearly we're going to get.
I actually would say probably not. It's more a sort of comment on the defensive field than I think Kent's intentions. Because 2 days and 19.4 overs remaining. Kent just picking up 5 or 6 and over with it at ease here. I think, like we said, they'll just be absolutely desperate. Well, not desperate, but super eager to bat just once in this game. You just feel like runs are going to be easier to make now than they would be if... Oh, and a shout for stumping. Rob Bailey is unmoved. It was an attempted reverse sweep by Jordan Cox, and he did overbalance but managed to keep his foot behind the line. Lewis McManus is having another chat with the umpires to say, surely wasn't far off taking leg stump and bowling him. Exposed his stumps in shaping up for the reverse sweep, and that turn past leg stump, and can't have been that far off clipping it.
No, got plenty of turn as well, hasn't he, so far, Rob Keogh?
Yeah, as we said earlier, I think Hamadullah Kadri will have a big role to play. And he'll have the luxury of, yeah, there's Jack leaning in his bucket hat, and and 3 very happy-looking members of the Kent staff: Matt Walker, Harry Finch, and Jack Leaning. Jack Leaning looks easy, like he could be at a festival, doesn't he? Socks and sliders.
Fresh from Glasgow at the weekends.
Yeah, Elton last night, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
Ben Sanderson replacing Jack White at the David Capel end. Did you catch any of the Rocket Man set?
I didn't know. I was a bit let down after our conversation yesterday with regards to Lana Del Rey's greatest hit. It was Lana Del Rey we were talking about, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
Her greatest hit not being able to play it, and I just didn't want to feel shortchanged by the organisers at Glastonbury in case Elton missed out Rocket Man or something. You know?
Lana made her own bed in that she was late on stage. You know, cut off is a cut off. Lovely shot by Daniel Bell Drummond. Short arm pull to greet Ben Sanderson's first ball of his new spell, and it's gone all the way for 6. 225 now for Daniel Bell Drummond.
Comprehensively put away, wasn't it? That shot has just moved Emilio Gay out onto the boundary in front of the ground staff's maisonette.
First 6 of Daniel Bell Drummond's innings. To go with just the 21 fours.
Just 4 away now, isn't he, from equaling Joe Clark, and 5 from passing it for the highest individual score in the county championship, both Division 1 and 2 of 2023.
Good bit of research, that. Dan?
On the fly, Sam. I didn't come prepared.
No. Well,
I just thought to myself, there's a light bulb here.
certainly. Shouts of run him out, but an easy single in the end. Partnership into the 90s, 94 now.
What was Bell Drummond overnight as well? Do you remember? Was it 48?
Yes, it was. 110 for 1 overnight were Kent. Muyeye 58, Bell Drummond 48, so he has put on 138. Short wide, and Jordan Cox had to wait for it. Wait he did, and then gave it some welly. Yeah, that was very slow off the pitch. It just sat up and said, "Hit me please, Jordan." No pace in this pitch whatsoever now. Anything short of length is just punished by the batters. The lead 247, still 18.1 overs left tonight. As the clock just ticks past 5 o'clock, so probably be another sort of 25 past, 6:30 finish.
It will have to be a slightly adventurous declaration, I think, from Kent, having batted quite so well and on a pitch they've made it look pretty easy. they'll assume that Northamptonshire will score a few more than their first innings, given the opportunity. I mean, you wouldn't have said it was unplayable turn from either Alex Russell or Rob Keogh for Northamptonshire, and the seamers, what did they get? 4, 5 overs of swing from that new Kookaburra, that second one, and I don't think Northamptonshire managed to get any reverse swing out of it until, well, it was nearly 75, 77 overs old.
If I was guessing, and assuming Kent aren't bowled out, but maybe looking at some point tomorrow morning that they'd pull out. I think 350 lead. Well, if they go at, let's say, 5 and over from here, that's pretty much, they won't be that far off a 350 lead tonight. And then maybe 40 minutes or an hour of throwing the bat tomorrow morning as Daniel Drummond just foxtrots down the track and pushes it back past Rob Keogh to say but a longish on. Brings Jordan Cox on strike. He's got 40 from just 37 balls. Just milking Rob Keogh. That's the 100 partnership off just 103 balls. And they've made it look very easy indeed. Just after Northampton's picked up a couple of relatively cheap wickets. These two have got Kent's grip firmly back on proceedings. As another boundary comes up, and Daniel Bell Drummond now has the highest score of the county championship season across both divisions, beating Joe Clark's 229 not out. He now has 231. Well run from Jordan Cox, even at this stage of languid dominance from Kent. Still running hard there when there was a chance to turn a 1 into a 2. Already 8 off the over, 2 balls to come. What will be interesting is whether Kent sort of start playing. I mean, the runs are coming so easily, they kind of don't need to. Why would they? But whether they do start to, you know, play in a obviously one-day style of aggressive hitting, but when you're getting 6 and over so easily, and you've got 2 and a bit days left, just make sure, right, you're getting all the runs you can now.
Yeah, well, I think they probably are moving slightly more towards that kind of 50 over batting mentality, aren't they? I know we've come fresh out of the T20 blast, so it might be a bit more associated to a bit more kind of crash bang wallop than what we're seeing at the moment, but it just feels at the moment, doesn't it, it's proper kind of 50 over cricket batting, as you said, ticking over at 6, 7, 8 and over without really taking a risk at the moment. Jordan Cox striking at 107. Bell Drummond's strike rate's gone up from 55, I think it was, back up to 67.
So 110 overs bowled as Ben Sanderson begins. Bowled him! Full toss that Jordan Cox looked to paddle round the corner, and in the end he's missed it, and the base of leg stump has been hit. Came down the track. I think Ben Sanderson actually might have seen him coming down and just pushed it up a bit fuller. Oh, a nice little cameo from Jordan Cox, 41 from 39 deliveries. What was I talking about, Dan? I can't remember.
The one-day batting, which I think that shot and that movement by Jordan Cox probably highlighted the fact that that is exactly what they were doing.
Oh, what I was saying was that we'd had 110 overs, and at that point it was 492 for 4, which means that all the bonus points are done. Kent
take the full 8 from their bowling and batting. Just a solitary bowling bonus point for Northamptonshire for taking 4 wickets, but reaching the 3-wicket landmark within that 110 overs. Kind of sums up how the game has gone so far for these two sides. Well, here's Joey Everson until, well, before this match, the third highest run scorer for Kent in the championship, behind Compton and Crawley. Made 99, didn't he? Against, who's that against? Can't remember.
Pass. Don't know off the top of my head.
Let's have a look. So Ben Sanderson picks up his second wicket of the innings. Both of them bowled, and a long gap between them. 17 for 1 when Ben Compton was bowled by Ben Sanderson, and 492 for 5 as he picked up his second, well over 100 overs later.
So yeah, new man Joey Everson at the crease. Ben Sanderson having picked up his second wicket, drops one in shorter, doesn't get up at all. I think Lewis McManus does well to parry that to Vasconcelos on the second bounce.
Joey Everson scored 99 in Kent's innings defeat versus Warwickshire, 77 not out in their 10-wicket defeat at the Oval against Surrey, and 58 and 42 against Surrey in their defeat at Canterbury.
He's in some form. And as you said earlier, he's not found himself in this situation too often this season for Kent, so bit of a licence maybe for Joey Everson, as opposed to the dig-in requirement in those previous matches. Sanderson's now got 2 for 75 off his 19.4 overs. Picked up the big wicket of Ben Compton yesterday evening. He's gone short to Joey Everson, who's turned that one into the leg side. He'll get off the mark with a single. Daniel Drummond fancied 2, but Joey Everson happy to settle with 1. 493 for 5. Lead by 256. 1 ball left in this Sanderson over.
Yeah, when Northampton got rid of Compton, who's been Kent's top scorer prior to this game, they'd have thought game on, given that middle order had suffered a similar struggle with runs as Northampton's had, but turned out to be a very different story.
Cut down towards safe save at backward point for a dot ball. So successful over for Northamptonshire, and Ben Sanderson picking up the wicket of Jordan Cox, his second wicket of the innings. ...111 overs gone, and Rob Keogh will continue operating from the Lynn Wilson Centre ends. Joey Everson on strike, so a potential here just to apply a little bit of pressure back on to the new batter. Make life a little bit more difficult. Looks like the helmet's being run out for Vasconcelos to find his place under the lid at short leg. Shape, bit of drift on that from Rob Keogh, but slides it down the leg side and left well alone by Joey Everson. Floated that one outside the off stump, and Everson picks up his second run of the evening. Just beats the diving Emilio Gay in the covers. Drummond back on strike with the new highest score of the county championship in 2023 with 233. Make that 234. So he gets down the non-striker's end, fielded by Vasconcelos. Vasconcelos back under the lid at short leg. Still sweepers out on either side for Rob Keogh. Just drifting it away from Joey Everson and turning it back in. Finishes with a dot ball, just 2 runs off the over. 495 for 5 the score. Ben Sanderson to continue from the David Capel ends following that successful over last time. Picking up that wicket there of Jordan Cox. My colleague Sam was talking about the one-day batting, the aggressive batting. I think Jordan Cox showing that point exactly, but went a bit too early, and Ben Sanderson, I think, saw him coming and targeted that leg stump. Picking up his man. Daniel Drummond, who must be seeing this cricket ball like a beach ball now, just drops that one into the leg side. He, of course, is just the 3 runs away from equaling and then 4 runs from eclipsing what Northamptonshire managed in the first innings alone. That is guided past Safe Saib, who gives chase, but he cannot bring it back in, and Daniel Drummond adds another 4 to his tally. He moves to 238, and that's his 23rd 4 of the innings.
Yes, George, our producer, points out he's now got more than Northamptonshire did in their first innings on his own.
That's no ball called, so Ben Sanderson will have to bowl that one again.
He's bowled quite a few no balls, hasn't he, Ben Sanderson?
Yeah, so there's been 19 extras now in this innings, 13 of which have been no balls from Northamptonshire.
Yeah, I think that was his 6th overstep. You don't often see that, do you? As the 500 comes up.
501 for 5.
Yeah, a familiar score for Kent. 501 for 5. I think they're delighted to be on the other end of it.
Well, Daniel Bell-Drummond does everything in his power to get off that number as quick as he possibly can. Get rid of any of those ghosts or skeletons from last time out against Surrey. Been a long, long day in the field for Northamptonshire. Bowlers have honourably stuck at their task, haven't they, throughout the day?
Yeah, there's just been nothing in it for them. Thankless task, really, and just hasn't suited their style of seamers either. Needed someone with maybe a little bit of extra pace or different angles.
Do you mind just taking over for 2 secs whilst I find a power source for my...
Of course.
Thank you very much, sir.
Again, one just keeping a little low. Kent will not be too disappointed to see, given their position. Boisterous Kent fan here at Wantage Road, providing a soundtrack to his team's dominance out there at the moment. Up in the air from Everson, but safely runs away for his first boundary. 7 off. Ben Sanderson's over as Dan rejoins us.
I'm back. I've plugged myself in. And I should have enough power now to make it through to the end of the day's play. 502 for 5.
That should change to 506 to 5 any second. There you go.
506 for 5.
Gentleman there taking it all in from in front of the digital score box.
Yep. Possibly a little bit of shelter from the breeze that's blowing across the ground. Still getting that drift away to the right-hander is Rob Keogh. Worked into the leg side. I was looking at Daniel Bell-Drummond's wagon wheel earlier because it's there, isn't it, on MV Play, and I felt like having a little bit of a look about, and of his 240, 73 of his runs have come through that mid-on / mid-wicket region. 104 of them if you go a bit straighter than that as well. So a real area that he's targeted, and he's been productive through that area of the grounds. And I think that just highlights how straight Northamptonshire have had to bowl during this innings with that Kookaburra during this experiment. Not really doing a great deal for the Northant seamers. Don't know whether safe save might be coming on for a trundle. He's just had a couple of looseners. Interesting that Rob Keogh picked up that wicket of Jack Leaning from the David Capel end with that huge turning off break. But since tee, he's been operating from the Lynn Wilson centre end, which is the end predominantly that we've seen the spinners operate, and I suspect that's because of that larger leg side boundary. But it must have been tempting, having seen that delivery to Jack Leaning turn square, to have given Rob Keogh a trundle from the David Capel end. I think it might well be safe save, as he and Lewis McManus have a conversation, coming up with a cunning plan possibly. I mean, what a time to come on and have a bowl. 508 for 5, 114 overs done. We are going to see some left arm finger spin from Saif Zaib as he marks his run.
Are you surprised that he hasn't featured earlier, Dan?
It's tough, isn't it? Because there's a lot of options in this Northamptonshire lineup, with 3 out-and-out seamers in Taylor, Sanderson and White, with Proctor able to do that job as well. Obviously the frontline spinner in Alex Russell. Rob Keogh, who I think you mentioned either today or yesterday was Northampton's 3rd highest wicket taker last year in the championship too. So I think it would be fair to say that he would be down the pecking order, so to speak. But with the way that Kent have managed to pile the runs on, potentially could have been worth a look at slightly earlier in the piece. As I say, the way that Rob Keogh got that one to turn from this end, I'm curious as to why he's bowled from the Lynn Wilson centre end this evening. Obviously it's the favoured end, isn't it, for the seamers to come in from the David Capel. So just angling those in to the stumps, isn't he, of Joey Everson. Four dots to start. Shorter. Well defended by Joey Everson. 1 ball left of the first Saif Zaib over. And he starts with a maiden. 508 for 5 after 115. Round of applause go round from the Northamptonshire fans. I think have been drowned out somewhat from their travelling counterparts during the day. Looks like a nice place to be sat over in the bottom left-hand corner or right-hand corner of the Spencer Lounge, depending on which way you're looking at it, in that pocket of sunshine. Rob Keogh, so spin from both ends. And that's cut away powerfully into the offside. I think that's Jack White out there giving chase. Convinced he has indeed saved it, going for 4. Fantastic effort from the big seamer on the boundary there, saving his team a run. Put the big dive in, turned it back inside the field of play. Floated delivery from Rob Keogh, inviting Everson into the shot. It's just got to Tom Taylor on the half volley at mid-wicket. Defended into the offside. 7 off 25 now for Joey Everson.
Yeah, he's been watchful.
Down the ground from Joey Everson. 1 bounce for.
Correction, has been watchful, and he's seen enough.
He moves into double digits, move to 11. It's 515 now on the board for Kent. And a dot ball to finish Rob Keogh's 18th. He's bowled 18 overs, 1 for 75. That 1 wicket of Jack Leaning. It's really been the one standout from the spinner that's really, or any of the spinners that's really turned, hasn't it?
Yeah, I was thinking about your comments about why Rob Keogh didn't continue from that, and I think because actually they feel the occasional one that keeps low is perhaps more of a threat from the seamer than repeating that magic ball from Rob Keogh. But it is spin from the David Capel end as we speak.
Just challenging the stumps, isn't he? Safe save. Looks like he's been desperate to bowl.
Yeah, he loves it, doesn't he?
That's cut away fine by Daniel Drummond. Sanderson giving chase and keeps it down to 2. So good work from Ben Sanderson.
Always think when a batter of the experience that Daniel Drummond has gets past a career best,
it's going to be another 1 at least to the score.
it just kind of illustrates how quality an innings it has been, because you know Daniel Drummond, man with 7,500 first-class runs, has never been in this position before with 246 to his name. He's played a lot of cricket.
Chance, I think, there for safe save with a very flighted delivery to Joey Everson. Interested to see whether that was a bump ball or... Either way, I'm not quite sure it carried. It's worked out to Sam Whiteman patrolling the offside boundary. So 2 balls left in this safe save over, and Daniel Drummond's on 246, so 4 runs away from a 250. He's going to add 1 more.
I think the way these two are playing illustrates exactly what we've been saying, is that Kent are not going to start throwing it away in terms of wickets, throwing wickets away. They're going to bat in the way they've batted all innings, and I think they realise that the run scoring should be done now rather than in the increasingly unlikely event they have to chase a small total in the 4th innings.
Yeah, you got to do all the heavy lifting that you can in that first innings. So I don't think this pitch is ever going to get bad to bat on per se, but I think it's going to be more susceptible to spin than what we've seen so far as it goes on, and maybe that bounce is going to get a little bit more variable, but I don't think there's ever really going to be a demon in there as such. It's looked like a good pitch throughout.
Yeah, I think variable bounce will be the big factor. I mean, so it had 80 overs of T20 cricket on it, this pitch. It's now had just do my maths.
It's past Muyeye at cover. I think that's going to be 2 more for Daniel Drummond. He moves to 249, so he scored 201 runs in the day, Sam, and he's 1 away from a 250 as well.
Yeah, it's had something like 263 overs on it, this wicket. So wouldn't be a surprise if it does start dying.
And that is 250 for Daniel Drummond. This fantastic innings continues. Another milestone ticked off for the Kent man. 250 of 368 deliveries. 23 fours and the 1-6. And it has been an absolute masterclass from the Kent number 3.
Yeah, and by my reckoning, just the 17th occasion that a batter has scored 250 or more in first-class cricket for Kent, and only 13 other players have done that for this club with a rich and long history. And like you say, Dan, a masterclass from Daniel Drummond.
I think what's equally as impressive, obviously the run scoring, the shot making, the power that he's played with, the class and the control, as Save drops that one in short. And a man who's faced 370 deliveries isn't going to miss out on that one. But it's the concentration as well. He's batted almost the entire innings. I mean, Ben Compton fell when the score was 16, wasn't it?
17,
17. Yeah. So essentially the whole innings. 371 deliveries now for Daniel Drummond, and it's really difficult to recall anything that you would consider to be even a half chance, let alone a chance.
Yeah, a chanceless innings is...
Yeah. And I'm not trying to talk him out. I think like the powers of concentration, to have not only batted for the length of the day, but also to have added that evening session in yesterday is remarkable. Quicker from Save, and Drummond just tucks that one round the corner, and we'll add another 2 to his tally.
Yeah, he's batted for well over 7 hours now.
He must be exhausted. Physically and mentally, it must be exhausting to be out there for that length of time.
Also, in his previous best score in the championship was the 59 he made against Surrey. Oh.
And for the first time, that's gone through everybody, I think. And that is going to be... No, it's 4 runs off the bat of...
Yeah, that was a chance.
Daniel Drummond. So it's gone through the legs of Lewis McManus. Potentially didn't bounce as much as what everybody thought it did, but as we were just talking up his powers of concentration, there was that first lapse in judgment.
It was an under edge, wasn't it? So it would have been a miraculous catch from Lewis McManus, but I guess it went to him on the full, so it counts as a chance, and I think you're right, that is the first chance when you're on 256.
Yeah, and leg spinner Alex Russell is back into the attack this evening from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's bowled 25 overs so far in this innings, picking up 2 wickets for 129 runs. Those wickets of Joe Denley, caught on the slog sweep by Sam Whiteman in front of the electronic scoreboard, and then well, I'd say the big one, that's a bit unkind, isn't it, to Daniel Drummond, but Tawanda Muyeye caught by Ben Sanderson at cover for his first class wicket, which is a moment to remember. Got fielders out at deep mid-wicket, deep backward square and deep cover. It's a floated start from Alex Russell, and Joey Everson will feel like he's missed out on that one. Targeting those footholes that can be seen on screen there as he comes round the wicket. Everson turns that one past Ricardo Vasconcelos at short leg. Start here for Alex Russell with the 3 dot balls. Make that 4. Certainly been a very watchful 12, hasn't it, from Joey Everson? Not prepared to take the big risk yet, even though Kent find themselves in a position of power.
Yeah, I think he wants to make sure he's there at the close so that when the nod comes to start the real charge towards setting up a declaration, he can have a bit of that tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think he'll probably know that Kadri, Agar, Quinn and Arshdeep it's a great delivery from Alex Russell to finish his comeback over. Just beats Joey Everson's outside edge and collides with Lewis McManus behind the stumps. It's been an incredibly tough day for the Northants. Wicketkeeper spoke about Daniel Bell Drummond's powers of concentration, and obviously in his own way Lewis McManus would have faced every single delivery that's been bowled today for Northamptonshire. So the score's 533 for 5 after 120 overs, and Kent lead Northamptonshire by 296, and Sam Keir will direct you and guide you through the final 7 overs of the day.
The 2 sweepers on the on and offside boundary for save. Otherwise, Ricardo Vasconcelos at first slip, and then 3 men in the ring on both the off and leg side. Another run to the total to finish saves over, just that single from it, and Daniel Bell Drummond keeps the strike. chipped up by Drummond, but lands safely in front of Luke Proctor. The way Drummond and Everson are going about things, you do feel that they're happy just to play their natural game till the close and then make a decision on how they're going to approach things when they come back after a good night's sleep. Just picking up 1s and 2s at the moment. One off the over. Kent 335 for 5. Their lead now 298. If you're joining us late in the day, the big stories from today's play are a maiden first-class 100 for Tawanda Muyeye. Fabulous scenes after he reached that maiden century in first-class cricket. He was eventually dismissed for 179 when Alex Russell picked up his maiden first-class wicket. So as Dan pointed out a little early on, a little bit of nice little bit of symmetry there with a maiden first-class 100 finally being ended by a maiden first-class wicket. Joe Denley went cheaply when he picked out Sam Whiteman on the boundary again off Alex Russell. Jack Leaning was the 4th Kent wicket to fall and the 3rd today when he was bowled by, well, what can only be described as a wonder ball from Rob Keogh, pitching well outside off stump and turning back to beat the defence of the stand-in Kent captain. And then the most recent wicket to fall, the 5th wicket after a 100 partnership between he and Daniel Bell Drummond. Jordan Cox went for a breezy 41 off 39 deliveries. That brought Joey Everson to the crease, who's not out on 12. But of course, the main man today, Daniel Bell Drummond, who is now 262 not out. His highest first-class score, the highest first-class score of this English summer, beating Joe Clark's 229 not out for Nottinghamshire earlier this season. Nice shot from Joey Everson, just waited on it and then caressed it into the offside, and it is Ben Sanderson that comes round and keeps it to 2.
What a day to do it as well for Kent and all the Kent fans out there. They'll be so pleased and thrilled that Muyeye's picked up his first-class 100. You think, oh, the match reports all about Muyeye and the plaudits and the praise, and then his mate Daniel Bell Drummond goes and, well, outdoes him slightly, doesn't he, with a career best and a new highest score for the championship this summer.
Yeah, a brilliant day for Kent supporters, and for those two men that Dan has just mentioned, not such a good day for Northamptonshire, although, you know, they stuck at it. They haven't gone ragged at any stage. It's just been
nothing on offer for them really, and they will be ruining their own batting performance. They left a lot of runs out there as we start the 124th over of the innings. This and 3 more left tonight. It's Daniel Drummond's run machine churns out 2 more. Daniel Drummond happy to leave that one well alone as he looks at carrying his bat to the close. He's added 127 runs now. Sorry, my maths is well off there. He was on 48, so he's added 217.
You can be forgiven, Sam. We've
It's been a
spoken
long
about
day, yeah.
powers of concentration for Drummond and for McManus, so we can include Keir into the conversation too.
217 runs in a day's cricket is no mean feat, and he's still got a few overs to add a few more to that total. Some big turn from out of those footholds, but slow turn which didn't cause Joey Everson any real difficulties or threaten his stumps. The lead over 300 now, 304 the lead. 3 off the over, 3 to go tonight. You're watching live pictures from Wantage Road with me, Sam Keir, and my co-commentator Dan Jadzovics. Earlier on we were joined by Ollie Sale, the Northamptonshire fast bowler who joined from Somerset over the winter but has yet to pull on the white rose of Northamptonshire. He's been out with a back injury, but the good news is he's targeting a return in the One-Day Cup.
And he had an ice cream.
Got an ice cream, yeah. So
I reckon we get a few more uppy, you know, if there was an ice cream on offer each time.
it was difficult multitasking, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, but I think they'd be queuing out the door, Sam.
You reckon? Jams down on that as one keeps a little low. That's definitely the thing to watch over the next couple of days, is to what extent the bounce in this wicket becomes more and more inconsistent. Tossed up, tucked into the onside. 1 run more to Daniel Drummond. 50 partnership for the 6th wicket. In 87 balls, 33 of them to Daniel Drummond, 14 to Joey Everson. Scoring rate has just dropped a little bit in this partnership, but Joey Everson, as we described earlier, has been happy to just play himself in. I think he's got his eye on having a bit of fun tomorrow. As Kent approach whatever it is they've got in their minds is the total they want, or the lead they want to have on first innings.
Yeah, well, they've now got the 3rd highest total in the championship, or the Division 1 of the championship anyway, this summer. They're 542 for 5. So they went past that 501 for 5, which Surrey got against them last time out. And they are 12 runs behind Lancashire's total of 554 all out versus Somerset back in April.
First sweep, and Joey Everson will keep the strike for the penultimate over of the evening.
And I think if I can do calculations, I think they're 28 behind Warwickshire's 571 for 9 declared against Notts, which is the current highest team total or innings total in Division 1 of the County Championship in 2023.
Well, Alex Russell, who has stuck at his job very well today, really, for the young leg spinner. 28 overs, 2 for 133. Tough conditions, but he's never let the batters dominate him to the extent that he's had to be taken out of the attack, and he's kept plugging away. He's picked up his first 2 wickets in first-class cricket. Plenty of overs under his belt. This will be good experience for young Alex Russell. And he'll be thinking, Alex Russell, if, you know, from a personal point of view, there's a chance to pick up a few more wickets tomorrow when Kent do start to force the issue a little more. And he could end up with, you know, a decent-ish return. Maybe even have his eyes on a maiden first-class fifer if he can pick 3 wickets up tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity for Alex to do so. And I think he has bowled well, hasn't he? The figures would suggest that it's been a tough day for him, and clearly against a guy that's scored 266 and another one that scored 170, 180 odd. It has been a difficult day for the Northamptonshire bowlers, but I think the way that he's bowled, particularly after lunch from the Lynn Wilson centre end into those footholes, has been good to watch.
Yeah, and by and large, he's had good control. It's going at 4.7 at 6 and over, but when you consider that everyone apart from Saif Zaib, who's only bowled 6 overs at the end of the day here, has gone over 4s. For the leg spinner, that's by no means, you know, a terrible return given the context. Four singles off his last over of the day so far. Last ball of his day coming over, and it's an absolute beauty. And every now and again he has pulled out one that turns sharply off middle and leg past the outside edge, and he's been a little unlucky that he hasn't had one of those take a faint edge through to Lewis McManus. He did have that googly, which Tuanda Muyeye edge just past the diving Ricardo Vasconcelos at first slip. And like you say, then we haven't seen him bowl that googly too often. I do wonder if that is one he's prone to drag down. But he can work on that, get a bit more control over that wrong un.
Yeah, he wouldn't be the first leggy to suffer from that, would he? From the variation ball, but it's encouraging, and like it's exciting to watch leg spin for starters, and then to be able to watch that variation turn quite so violently as what it has done for Alex Russell is really quite an exciting prospect.
Last over of the day, and Daniel Bell Drummond says, well, if you're going to pitch an outside leg, I'll just pad it away. Yeah, it has turned, but it's been slow turn, and I think that's kind of, this pitch is slow, full stop. But yeah, he puts a lot of kinetic energy on the ball, doesn't he, when he rips it out of his hand.
Yeah.
straighter, and Daniel Drummond looks to find the boundary at deep mid-wicket, but it's cut off, and he adds another 2 to his total.
Well, I do think the googly, I think, has been the exception to the pace of the turn, because I think the googly that we have seen from Alex Russell has turned quite sharply.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. Probably, I just don't feel like I've seen it enough to. But yeah, it's a fair observation if you've picked up on that.
Well, I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that I don't think we've seen him bowl it that often. There's only been really those 2 that stand out. I'm sure there's been a couple more in there as well, but
550 up for Kent. Their lead now 313. And Daniel Drummond with 271 now has the 6th highest score in championship history for Kent, and he's gone past some big names in Kent's proud history in terms of their highest first-class scores. Frank Woolley, Rob Key, Arthur Fagg, Martin van Jaarsveld, Mark Benson, Aravinda de Silva, Colin Cowdery. Gone past all of those in terms of highest score in first-class cricket for Kent. And he's just 4 away from overtaking his current head coach's top score for the White Horse County. Matt Walker made 275 not out against Somerset in 1996, and you would feel that as the day comes to a close, Daniel Drummond will probably overtake that fairly quickly tomorrow morning. It's been Daniel Drummond's day. 271 not out of 398 deliveries, and he's been the headline act after pretty wonderful support act from Tawanda Muyeye with that fantastic maiden first-class century. So the day ends with Kent 550 for 5. They lead by 313. Joe Everson is the other not-out batsman with 17. Dan, your final thoughts on today's play?
I think we've summed it up throughout the day, Sam, complimenting Daniel Drummond with an absolute masterclass of an innings, with 271 not out to his name, and those fans that are in Wantage Road today, they're all on their feet and they're all applauding that man Daniel Drummond off the field. He's batted all day for that innings and he's been brilliant to watch. Fantastic partnership with Tawanda Muyeye earlier in the day when he made his first class 100. And Northants, well, they've got some thinking to do over tonight. I think they stuck to their plans pretty well throughout the day. I thought Alex Russell performed well, and that delivery from Rob Keogh, I'm sure will be worth talking about for a little bit longer. But yeah, as you say, it's all Kent. They lead by 313 with 5 wickets left. 2 days left in this game, and everything points south, doesn't it, at the moment?
We'll be back just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. In the meantime, thank you so much for your company, and for those of you that have got in touch, really appreciate your contribution. And we wish you a very pleasant evening.